Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So how was the drive, Jackie?
Oh, it was pretty rainy on the BC side. It got a little better on the Alberta side.
It's good.
Yeah,
Glad to have you back.
thanks. Didn't catch a fish.
No.
Not even one. Well, I caught one, but I fed it to the eagle, and that was all I could do.
And
was,
fed it?
Yeah, because it was, I had been dragging it for so long. It was a little thing and it wasn't alive.
And then eagle.
Well, I just threw it over and an eagle came down and swooped it up.
That's kind of cool, though.
Oh, it was very cool.
Yeah.
Not if you're the fish.
I didn't know you could drown a fish, but I guess you can.
Is anyone else getting a ringing sound? Looks like it just stopped. No. You were too, Kevin? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just turned over to 2 o'clock. So I'll call the meeting to order. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100%. Thanks, guys. We've had awesome attendance this term. We have an agenda that we're going to make one small change to in that the in-camera item 14.1, which is regional economic recovery matter. The speakers, Malcolm Bruce from Edmonton Global and Tom Ruth from the Edmonton International Airports, have agreed to do this in public. We'll keep the motion on hand in case we need to go in camera, but I just want to move that one out of the in-camera section and put it under business items somewhere. I don't, Tamara, Cheryl, did we have a approach to this? I'll just call it 7.11 at the end, but it's time specific for 3:30. Okay. So with that amendment, Councillor Mackay, do you want to make a motion?
Sure, love to. That the June 8th, 2021 agenda be adopted as amended.
Excellent. Call for the vote. Just your hands is good. So that's unanimous. Thank you. We do have one presentation, I guess you'd call it. Yesterday, I went over to Red Willow Place and filmed the Seniors Week proclamation video. It was awesome. We had quite a crowd that showed up to witness that. When we got back to City Hall, we noticed that the audio wasn't very good. So I'm hoping you all can hear it. I think IT spent some time trying to fix it. So I'm not sure who is sharing their screen to show the video. Who is that?
That's me, Mayor.
Oh, you're here, Christina. Awesome. Okay, go ahead. Share it away.
Oh, where did it go? Can you see it?
No, we see your internet. There we go. Now I can.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
We are going to proclaim Seniors Week today. We're going to play it tomorrow in council, so it'll be public at that point. But we've combined Seniors Week with elder abuse awareness because we felt that those were two issues, or an issue and a topic that went well together. And I appreciate the fact that that was brought together and that was acceptable to everyone. And so I'm going to read the proclamation. We are standing, by the way, in front of Red Willow Place. And we've got the chair of the Seniors Association, Winston, with us here to accept the proclamation. And then he's going to say a few words as well. Okay. So Seniors Week and World Elder Abuse Awareness Day 2021. Whereas we recognize that seniors have made and continue to make many contributions to strengthen our community and our daily lives. They're a vital part of our families, giving generously of their wisdom, experience, and love. And whereas St. Albert seniors are valued members of society, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure they live safely with dignity. And whereas more seniors are independent and active, and by challenging the stereotypes of aging, are leading the way for future seniors. A more positive attitude towards aging is creating new opportunities for new seniors. And whereas St. Albert seniors are guaranteed that they will be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active members of this community. And whereas we are all responsible for building a safer community for St. Albert seniors, we must honor seniors for their skills, knowledge, experience, and leadership. And whereas it is appropriate that a special week be set aside to celebrate with seniors. Now, therefore, on behalf of council and the citizens of St. Albert, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim June 7th to 13th, 2021 as Seniors Week and June 15th, 2021 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the City of St. Albert. I call upon St. Albert residents to observe World Elder Abuse Awareness Day by learning the signs of elder abuse and commit to help seniors in our community stay safe. I also invite all St. Albert residents to join in the celebration of Seniors Week to recognize the valuable contributions of seniors. So thank you. Winston? COVID. New protocols.
So we did pass the proclamation over to the chair of the Seniors Association, Winston, and he did say a few words, but because of the sound quality, we're not including it today. We'll get them a copy. And to also safe, because we did World Elder Abuse. And I've asked my staff in the city on the third floor here to just purchase one of those wireless mics, lapel mics, so this doesn't happen in the future. So apologize for the quality, but I do think the proclamation spoke for itself, and it's time for us to recognize our seniors in our community. So thank you for everyone for helping arrange that. Would be no business rise. Is there any business arising from the proclamation? Didn't think so. Thank you. All right, consent agenda is next on our agenda. We've had notification from council members that we're pulling 7.3, 7.4, and 7.9 off of consent. Is there anything else that we need to pull? Okay, seeing nothing else, can I have a council member make the motion for consent? Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
No problem. That the recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 6.1, 10-year municipal RMR capital plan. 6.2, 10-year utility RMR capital plan. 7.2, amendments to council policy CCAO 22 borrowing bylaw advertising. 7.3, amendments to council policy CCO3 council enumeration. Oh, sorry, that was being pulled. Yep, need to pull these off. Remove some with you. 7.5, time extension request, single use items work plan. 7.6, time extension request, front, back, residential combined units and other planning topics. 7.7, time extension request, non-St. Albert-based community group funding recommendations, formerly 2021 Wild North funding request. 7.8, resolution for removal of designation as reserve at 51 and 81 Salisbury Avenue. 8.1, bylaw 14/2021 Northridge Phase 2, second reading, first reading. 8.2, bylaw 31/2021 and 32/2021 South Riel area structure plan quadrille and land use bylaw South Riel quadrille, first reading. 8.3, bylaw 28/2021 Sherrill area structure plan amendment, first reading. That's it.
Bet you're glad you volunteered to do that long one.
All good. Sorry, I missed that 7.3. I forgot to cross it off, but I got it.
All right, calling for the vote on consent. All those in favor? And that's approved unanimously. So moving on to committee business, there were the RMR motions that were just passed on consent. So the municipal RMR capital plan was approved and with a funding amount of, there's 29 projects to be funded in the amount of $23,371,000. And with the utility RMR, which is 6.2, the 10 projects to be funded in the amount of $16,655,000. Next on the agenda is not on consent. It's titled Capital Funding Alternatives, and we have Stephen Graham from Finance who is going to walk us through this one. Stephen, are you with us?
I am here.
See your name. Do you want us to see your face?
Sure. Actually, I do have a short presentation, so I can
Yeah.
share my screen for that. Just hang on one second. Okay. All right. Can you see this?
We sure can.
Okay.
It's not in presentation mode, if that makes a
Is it-
difference to you.
Is that better?
Ooh, yeah, we can see your notes, but it's okay. It
I don't
drives Ken
have-
Mackay crazy, but.
Okay. I can try. Actually, when you share these things, it puts it on a separate screen. Actually.
It's okay. Whatever works.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just go with this.
Let's go with it.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So this purpose for being here today is a follow-up to we were here in front of council a few times on this issue previously. And so today we're responding to a council motion asking us to look into alternative solutions to what we proposed last time. So last time, just to recap, we effectively recommended that we increase or allocate property tax of 1.5% for 20 years to close the RMR funding gap. Council amended that to 1.5% for 3 years, which I believe we are still in the middle of. This might be the last year. I'm not sure about that. So basically, let me go through a short presentation to talk about this. And first thing I want to talk about is how we got here, why this is an issue. So there really are three points to make here, that led to us being in this position. First one, probably the most important one, is we have historically underfunded capital assets. Another issue is that our capital asset growth has been pretty high for quite a long time now, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. And the last issue is contributed assets from developers, which is sometimes something that sort of gets hidden in a sense because it's not something that we look at, and sort of present in a way that we do our own capital spending. So, but this goes on every year, and I'll talk a bit more about that as well. So the real issue here is that capital assets, RMR capital assets, create a future liability. And what we mean by that is that over the lifespan of assets, they require major maintenance and repairs, and eventually they need to be replaced. So we've done a lot of analysis on this, and basically the conclusion that we've reached is we should be setting aside about 4.5 cents for each dollar to deal with this future liability. And one of the issues that I talked about already is, the amount of assets, capital assets that we're adding each year. So really in the last 9 years or so, we're adding on average $28 million of capital assets each year. So using that 4.5% number that I just brought up, we really should have been providing about $1.25 million each year to address these additional capital assets. And that's not even including the assets that we already have. So that gives you an idea of the scope of what we're talking about here. This chart really just basically shows us what this looks like. The blue is the municipal asset additions, and the orange is the contributed assets, which basically, as developments are completed, those assets related to those developments in the form of infrastructure, mostly roads, are transferred to the city and effectively become the responsibility of the city. And we've probably averaged between $6 and $7 million a year for at least the last 10 years. And before that, obviously there was more. I'm mostly looking at the last 10 years. So a couple of other things that are compounding the issue. One of them is an over-reliance on grant money to fund RMR capital projects. This is a real issue because RMR really should be funded by the city's own revenue. Grant money is mostly meant to handle new growth, basically growth capital assets. And this is particularly an issue right now because future grants are threatened by the economy in the province. growing provincial debt. We're already seeing this. MSI, as I think you've already heard on numerous occasions, MSI is being impacted, and we're going to be seeing less money in terms of grants from the government. So this is going to hit us on two fronts, because we've been using this money to finance RMR capital, but it also obviously affects growth capital as well. So how do we resolve this issue? Well, the most important thing to understand here is there is no simple solution to this. Municipalities have limited source of revenue. 80% of our revenue is made up of property taxes, user fees, franchise fees, and government grants. And this is actually a little bit misleading, because this includes revenue related to capital. So this is government grants that are strictly for capital, developer fees. If we look at just operating revenue, the number here would be actually over 90%. And property taxes alone is well over 50% of our total revenue. So property taxes is obviously a huge factor here. So what are the options we have here to deal with this? Well, we've really identified 4 possibilities here. First one is develop new revenue sources. We've talked about this a lot lately in the last couple of years. Second one, of course, is property taxes, our single most important source of revenue. Third one, reduce service levels. And 4 is slowing the pace of growth. So we talked about how much we've added to the capital asset base in the last 10 years. We're averaging $28 million a year. That's very high. We've actually averaged about 5% per year in terms of growing our capital asset base over the last 10 years. And that comes during a period when our population growth is really averaging between 1% and 2%. And in the last few years, it's been closer to 1 than 2. That's a pretty big difference, and something that we need to be well aware of. Now, it's not unusual for communities to have high growth spurts and potentially over numbers of years, but we need to keep an eye on this, because at the end of the day, we need to be able to fund this, and we need to be able to look after these assets over their lifespans. And if we're growing our capital asset base at that rate while our city is not growing at the same level, that leads to problems down the road. So I'm going to look at this in 2 ways. I'm going to look at long-term recommendations and short-term recommendations. So long-term, by far the best way to deal with this is developing new revenue sources. We need to find a way to take the stress off of property taxes and user fees, and new revenue sources is the way to do that. We're already working on this. I know there's some initiatives that are happening in the background right now, and we need to do more of this. This is by far the best way to handle this. And the other thing is looking at the pace of growth. We are growing at a pretty rapid rate right now in terms of the capital asset growth for the city. We need to keep an eye on that. And, this becomes especially important because if you look at the 10-year plans, you can see there are some very big ticket items that are on the horizon. So, these are things that we need to be aware of, because they are going to exacerbate this problem as we go along. In the short term, the reality is there's only a couple of things we can do here. And the number 1 by far is increase property taxes. It's by far the most effective way from a funding standpoint. The other thing we need to do is look at service levels. Nobody likes to hear that, but it is something that we have to look at as a potential way of dealing with this. The other thing I want to point out is I don't think there's one single thing that we need to look at. We need to look at a basket of solutions here. I don't think there's any one thing that's going to solve this problem. I think we need to look at everything. But property taxes is really, in the short term, is the only real weapon we have to deal with this. I want to make one last point before I finish up. We have a project on the go right now, which is an asset management system. We need better information about our capital assets. A lot of the analysis that we did here, we had to use proxies for you know, some of the information that we were trying to analyze. And that's because we don't have great information about our assets right now. And that's what an asset management system does. It's more than an inventory of assets. It gives us a ton of metadata about our assets. And this information can be used to help us understand what our funding requirements really are, because we may have understated or overstated the scope of the problem. And the reason for that is because we don't have great information about our assets. So I believe that this project really needs to be prioritized. I believe it already is one of our priorities, but long-term, we need to do better on this. Last thing here is just our recommendations really haven't changed. We're looking at potentially using assessment growth as a way to offset the increase to property taxes that we're looking for. We're still 20 years behind, you know, with approximately a 1.5% property tax allocation specifically for RMR Capital. We have improved a little bit over the last couple of years, but there's still a long way to go. And at the moment, we're not committed to anything right now. It's a big ask to ask for 20 years at 1.5%. But the fact is, this problem is not a future problem. It's right in front of us right now. And we need to confront this issue. We have allowed ourselves to get into this situation, and we need to do something to get out of it. So now is the time to start doing that. And the last point is really, we would like this recommendation to stay in effect until we have better information from an asset management system, which would allow us to determine, you know, with a greater degree of accuracy, you know, whether we've overstated or understated the scope of the problem. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Stephen. You said that now is the time to start trying to fix this. I would say, I think we started a couple of years ago with the 1.5% levy. So I'm going to open it up to questions. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Stephen. I always like your presentations. They're very informative, even though the storyline is very sad. I guess going to your last kind of points around the capital asset management system that we're embarking on, that may give us a little bit more of an evidence base or some of the truer picture. Would it also, one of the challenges for me is determining, okay, the capital assets, do they all kind of get us in the same problem at the same time? Is there one that is a specific asset that is something more problematic versus something else? And would you be able to answer that just based on your information, or is that something that this management system would kind of point to?
No, it's a good question. I think the answer is it isn't necessarily one type of asset or another, but you're absolutely right when you say that different assets create problems at different time intervals, I guess is one way to look at it, because each asset has a lifespan, and some assets have very long lifespans, particularly things like infrastructure, roads and things like that, you know, bridges, for example, you know, these utilities assets. Although this, I should point out, by the way, I didn't mention this before, our analysis doesn't look at utilities assets because those are funded through utilities fees. So we're looking specifically at municipal assets here. And we're also not including land because land doesn't depreciate the way other assets do. But the point is that, you know, the requirements for maintenance and replacement obviously depend on the lifespan of the asset, but also the condition of the asset. So an asset management system, you know, looks at all this information. It looks at the lifespan of the assets. It looks at the expected life of the asset, so when we would theoretically have to replace that asset. But it also looks at condition as well. And so not everything goes according to plan. We had to use a lot of estimates when we did this analysis because we don't have all this information that we need to make, that would tell us exactly where we stand at any given point in time. So we're really using accounting data for the most part, and accounting data does assign lifespans to assets, and we used historical costs to determine what the replacement value would be. Again, that is not the best information because whatever the historical cost is not necessarily going to be what the replacement cost is when we have to actually replace it. So, the amount that we would set aside each year to prepare for all of these things, replacement, maintenance, and repairs, differs according to the type of asset it is. That's correct.
All right, I appreciate that. That's a good answer, a good response. So when you were preparing your report based on the based on the motion, did you scan? I mean, certainly we heard yesterday, for those of us on the news, that Edmonton had a similar presentation yesterday by their corporate officer around the situation they're finding themselves in. I would probably guess that the majority of municipalities are finding themselves in a similar situation. Did you scan what other communities are doing?
Yes, 2 years ago when I did this, I talked to a number of communities, and actually we were probably farther ahead of the majority of them because we were at least looking at the issue and trying to figure out how we were going to resolve the issues. Almost every community has this problem. There is a funding gap across the board, but it's a very difficult nut to crack. It takes a lot of financial discipline to do the kinds of things that we're recommending here. This is not a popular thing to do. This is expensive. It's going to impact our residents and businesses. But the fact is that there just aren't any good solutions here. We have allowed ourselves to get behind the 8 ball, and we can't just keep kicking the can down the road. We've got to start doing something about this.
So going back to your last comment, then, how long have we been digging ourselves this hole? Are we talking multi-terms or?
Yes. Yeah, this goes well before this current term, that's for sure.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. More questions? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Graham, for your presentation. Very informative. Slide 14, or slide 11, you talked about slowing the pace of growth. Can you just expand on that? I mean, there's a number of asset classes that you talked about earlier. When you talk about the slow the pace of growth, are you talking about building municipal assets like swimming pools and rec centers, or are you talking about the slow the pace of growth of community? So
yeah, that's a good
expand on that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm looking at numbers here. So, this is a big topic, and it's not something that I can talk to without some input from other parts of the organization, because that's a pretty broad statement, slow the pace of growth. What I'm specifically talking about is the fact that our asset base seems to be growing at a very rapid pace relative to the population of the city. So that's not in itself an issue unless it goes on for an extended period of time. So what I'm seeing, and I've only looked at the last 10 years, so I can't say how long this has been going on for, but over the last 10 years, we've been growing our asset base at a much higher rate than we're actually growing the population of the city. So that's really what I'm focusing on here. And I think when I talk about slowing the pace of growth, you can't do that in isolation. There's too many factors that are being addressed when we talk about growth. But I think we need to at least acknowledge that there is an issue here, and we need to be clear that when we are investing in capital assets at this rate, that there's a cost associated with this.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just that in the last 10 years, we haven't built a rec center, right?
Mhm.
And those sorts of things. So I'm just wondering about the silent asset growth really is around the contributed assets as our community grows in terms of roads and stuff like that. Would you have a percentage? Maybe that's an unfair question. I don't want to put you on the spot, but in terms of managing the contributed asset growth, are there tactics perhaps that could be utilized to put that into context for us? Because if that grows as our community grows, perhaps our build form needs to change. I don't know. Any comment?
Yeah. First of all, I like the expression that you used when you called it silent growth, because I think that is actually appropriate to this particular issue, because it does seem to happen in the background. And it's the kind of thing where it's, development is happening all the time, and these assets are being transferred from developers to the city, and they're added to our asset base, but we're not really thinking enough about the ongoing maintenance and costs associated with keeping these assets in the condition they need to be. In terms of rates, the one thing I can tell you is that over the last 9 or 10 years, its contributed assets have averaged about $6 or $7 million a year. Now, it's not a linear rate. I mean, last year alone, I think the total assets that were transferred over was something like $35 million, which is a lot. It's not normally that high, but $6 or $7 million a year for 8, 9, 10 years, that's a significant amount of assets.
Fair enough. Thanks so much. That was thanks for your answer on a difficult question. I didn't mean to put you in that spot, Mr. Graham. So.
No problem.
Councillor Jolly, you have your hand up, and then Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. My first question is about the growth, and I guess my question is are we seeing growth of kind of our assets outpacing population because we're seeing decreasing population densities in older neighborhoods like mine in Ainsdale?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question. It is a good question, though, actually. I would have to defer to perhaps planning or some other more informed group in the city.
Is there anyone on the call that can answer that? Kevin, you could direct it to somebody.
We'll let Adrian take a crack at it, I guess.
Adrian's
here, but not sure if he can answer it either, but give him a shot.
Yeah, I think that's something that we would have to spend a little bit of time on. I think that's as Stephen has said, this is a complex kind of issue with and it hasn't been happening just overnight. It's been happening over time. So I think we'd have to look at, population factors in neighborhoods versus, the assets that we are bringing on. We do, as development occurs, we are doing fiscal impact analyses to be a little bit better informed about the cost of development. Mm-hmm. And I will say, I think that we're all well aware that generally residential development, which St. Albert does a lot of, generally costs a little bit more than what the taxes pay for. So that could contribute to that snowballing, which is why council has made it a goal to bring on more non-residential type of development. And that's kind of what the push is for both the MDP and the annexation.
Adrian, would you argue so when you look at the spectrum of types of development and how much it costs to service, and I'll group cost to service in with the assets, I would say too, because to plow a road of X kilometers, you also have to repair a road of X kilometers. But in that spectrum, you got the single family at the high end of cost of servicing, and then the multifamily is a little less expensive to service because you have less roads. Would that be maybe an overgeneralization, but would that be kind of fair?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. The more people you put on the same length of pipe, basically the better it is for the city. And I guess the less services you provide for the same length of pipe, the better it is from a fiscal turnout for the city perspective. So that's why, I guess, if you're doing, individual garbage pickup and, street clearing on cul-de-sacs with cars parked and the operators take longer to go around all the cars, and you get all these little incremental bits and pieces that add up. That's why single family residential, especially large lot, tends to be the most cost negative. Yeah.
Sorry, I did jump in on your question,
Yep.
Councilor
No.
Jolly, but it was a good point, because I would say, yeah, cost of servicing, but also cost to repair.
Yeah. That would be interesting to look at those trends.
Mhm.
My only other question is how the engagement project that Mr. Byrne is working on fits in with solving the revenue side of this problem, if anyone can comment on that.
Cindy's here.
Hi, thanks, Councillor Jolly. Through the mayor, I guess, the presentations are being done and the engagement consultation is being done because we did recognize that there were both operational and capital RMR challenges on the horizon. And so we were trying to be as prepared as possible. So, referencing the slides that Stephen has up here, we're looking from the long-term lens to engage community and helping us find some new and alternative revenue generating opportunities. And then also, I guess, really informing the community on the importance of this for our community in the future. And then from a short-term lens regarding, increasing taxes or decreasing service levels, we're consulting with the community to help us manage the possibility of upcoming change. And I guess, making what might be inevitable a little bit more palatable to the community by getting a better understanding of change management and what this community needs.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, awesome. Councillor Hanson, then Councillor Watkins.
Thanks. And most of my questions have been answered. It was a great presentation, Mr. Graham. And I think obviously this is ultimately going to have to be a long-term strategy. And I was interested in the slowing the pace of growth, and everybody kind of touched on it, but this council has been able to bring in some new diversity of housing. The EMRB is telling us to densify. And I guess my question would be really urban sprawl, as we know it, could be a big contributor to this gap. Would that be fair to say?
I think probably yes. And I think Adrian touched on this when he spoke. If we can grow more efficiently, then that probably helps alleviate this issue somewhat.
Yeah, and so I know that St. Albert likes to maintain its small town feel, but if density is done properly, then maybe we can offset this gap a little bit. But I think at the end of the day, if we're growing, our capital assets are going at 5% and our population at 1.5%. I think the development of new revenue sources is maybe what the next councils are going to have to concentrate on. But I guess the first step is knowing and understanding that this gap is real and that it needs to be addressed now and for a long time. So really appreciate your presentation.
I was quickly trying to see if I could find the EMRB growth plan, because I think in the executive summary it said right in there to densify was going to save the region. And it was in the billions and in infrastructure investments. So that's what density does. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, my first question is, you said the capital assets were outpacing population, and you base that on a percentage growth, right? A percentage of population versus a percentage of capital assets growth.
Yeah, it's really just based on, yes, on just population growth year over year versus asset growth year over year.
Well, how like one's dollars and one's number of people. So how are you even drawing a comparison between those two?
No, it's a fair comment. It's not necessarily a perfect correlation, but I think it's at least directionally an issue. You know, and again, there's nothing wrong with capital assets growing at a rapid rate for a period of time, because you could consider that investment in the future to address population growth. But if it goes on too long and you're not raising revenue at the same rate, then you're going to have an issue.
And then there were a number of reasons why we're in this issue, in this problem, in historical underfunding, reduction in grants, and one of them is level of capital asset growth, which you said is going at $6-7 million a year average, and it's basically contributed assets from developers, and those assets would include, like you said, it's not any utility, basically roadways, walkways, so asphalt and concrete.
So just to, first of all, yes, I believe that's correct in terms of the kind of assets that are generally being transferred over. But the $6 or $7 million of contributed assets is actually only part of the problem. The total asset growth over the last 10 years has been closer to $30 million per year. So that's pretty significant growth over that period of time.
And you said mostly the assets were mostly roads. Is that correct?
Yes, but I am not an expert in that, so I can't say for certain, you know, what is in all of those contributed assets.
I'm pretty sure it's a lot of it's a lot of asphalt and a lot of concrete for curbs and gutters and roadways, carriageways, sidewalks, walkways, things like that. So less roads, as the mayor and somebody else already touched on, less roads would mean less capital assets, and higher densities mean less roads. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then I was thinking that there's also another option under the 4 that you have: slow the pace of growth. I'm really not a fan of that option, because slowing the pace of growth or trying to control growth is often difficult. And in the past, we've seen it done or tried to be done, and it's often been a failure. And you often pick winners and losers amongst people, you know, and say you're going to grow here and you're not going to grow here. And you kind of change the game at the last minute for people. So I'm not a big fan of slowing the pace of growth. And I think there is another option, and it's change the way we grow, which I think should be included in here, as opposed to slowing the pace. And that involves reducing the width of roads and reducing the amount of roadways that we do, looking at ways to construct roads differently. Like, I think we've left this whole kind of thing out here of RMR. I know it's a bit of it's included in reducing surface levels, but it's really not about service levels. It's about the maintenance, the construction of the materials we use to build roads, and ways to make concrete last longer, and cheaper ways to make repairs on roadways, and cheaper ways to make repairs on concrete and asphalt. So I think that's kind of one thing, one area we're missing here. And I want to know if you think that we should add that, or if the comment would be on that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair comment. And I think I mentioned earlier that the idea of growing more efficiently, if that's the way to put it, you know, is perhaps that makes sense, you know, where you are, you know, we talked, I think the term urban sprawl was used, and obviously urban sprawl creates cost. There's no doubt about it. There's a liability that's created by urban sprawl. So if we can densify more, perhaps we can grow more efficiently and effectively that way, which would help to deal with some of the cost issues that are created by growth.
Yeah, the whole term urban sprawl, I have difficulty with that, because urban sprawl to me means different than a lot of other people. So like, contiguous growth is here's the city and we're growing right here. Urban sprawl is where here's the city and then we grow out here and there's a big chunk of it. So I think it's we don't really have a lot of urban sprawl going on in St. Albert. What we kind of have is suburban growth, a lot of suburban growth, which is increasing these costs. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Councillor Hughes, I think everyone else has had a chance. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I put my hand up. Thanks, yeah. Can we
ahead.
stop sharing the screen? I think I've memorized that slide.
Okay.
So the asset management system, how far are we at getting this completed?
I believe this is a 3 to 5 year project, but I'm not involved in this project, so I don't know for certain.
Is there anybody there who is? Because I mean, I've been hearing about this now for at least 3 years.
Yeah, we heard about it when the 1.5% tax levy was
Brought forward.
yeah, I think these were started. So that was a couple years ago. I don't know, Kevin.
I don't see Donnie on the line, but it is about a 5-year project. There's 3 stages, right? So we've made significant inroads on the first stage. And
I said Dean jump in. Did you want to add to that, Dean? Sorry, Mr. Schick.
Yes, sorry, no, that's Kevin caught it. I was just jumping in to maybe act for Donnie for a moment, but the timeline's been addressed here, so.
Okay. And so 3 to 5 years, are we in the middle of that? Sorry, Councillor Hughes, let's get the right timelines. Are we in the middle of that or just starting or almost at the end?
Nope. So it's getting going now. There was a bit of a delay with some timelines and whatnot in terms of the city's COVID responses. But now it's underway, and the infrastructure branch and asset management branch are leading that charge and getting into communications with the different departments and whatnot, and setting up our asset management plans for the variety of assets maintained and owned by the city departments.
Awesome, thank you. And that's when funded, right?
Sorry, my volume is kind of.
No, I'm just making sure that this project, because it seems super important, and Councillor Hughes is nailing it right here, that I just want to make sure that it's a priority for admin and that council has funded it.
Yes. Yep. To my knowledge, we may need to just take this away and go to the asset management group to confirm and maybe get council an update on a project.
I see Diane McMorty just jumped into that. She might know. She's the money girl.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in that council, when we did the additions and deletions to the 10-year growth capital plan, we did add a capital charter related to an asset management system. So you'll be seeing that as part of the 22 budget. So that's one piece that's still outstanding. But we do have dedicated staff for that whole system of asset management.
Okay, keep going, Councillor Hughes.
Sure. So when do we think it'll be finished then? Like, are we still looking at 3 to 5 years from today, or how much have we finished?
So I apologize that it's not maybe quite as simplistic in that, because different areas and different assets are in different stages of their actual development plans and whatnot. So I think holistically, the project is kind of getting underway, and this is where, looking at the variety of areas, we're looking at that total cost of ownership and whatnot, and that ultimate deliverable is likely in that 3 to 5 year time mark away. So,
okay. So we've just started.
Just the different difficulty in answering that specific question on the timeline, because there's so many different types of assets and all at different stages.
It sounds like we're just starting it then.
Yes, yeah. So overall, I guess the short answer would be is it's underway and just getting started now, and the timeline for that ultimate delivery of that better collaborative and organizational review and getting all the departments on similar stages and information sharing is in that 3 to 5 year time frame.
I would like to be clear on this, council. So we've been working on this for 2 years. As I said, the first phase is complete, which was the inventorying of the assets. It's been a multi-department initiative. So now we're into developing the system, but we needed the data to start developing the system. So this has been an active project for the last 2 years, and it is a 5 to 6 year project.
Okay. So I guess out of what we've done so far, were we able to review or adjust any of the numbers that were being planned for the capital for this RMR planning? Like, I'm just, because one of the things was we're not sure if we have the right numbers, if we're over or under. So have we been able to reconcile any of the numbers using what we've done so far?
Again, not at this point, because we've just finished the inventorying. So yes, hopefully we can start some preliminary stuff this budget or the next budget, but and the inventory's done, and now we need to sort it all out and apply the life cycles.
Has for this report, was there anything done to look at other ways to reduce the cost beyond what the 4 that were listed? Because those were listed 3 years ago. Like I'm like negotiation costs, or looking at whether or not we could do additional savings with other municipalities for cost sharing, or anything else that we could have done for any of the other costs that are coming up to reduce those, or the procurement costs, how we're doing that, or the review of how we're doing our procurements. Was any of that looked into to figure out if we could reduce that upcoming number?
In the past, I have proposed building certain infrastructure that other municipalities are also building at the same time as sort of a bulk purchase, but unfortunately none of the other municipalities were interested.
Okay. The other thing was, and I looked at the motion, I'm just going to scroll up to just get to it again. So I see that in the past, we've had 35% to come off the taxes from growth, and 65 was to go to new growth. And so with this recommendation, only 25% is coming off the taxes and 65 is still going to new growth. And I'm just wondering why we weren't reducing the amount of new growth instead to put into the life cycles, and not to reduce the amount coming off the taxes. Because I mean, one of the things that residents hear all the time is, well, once we have growth, that your taxes will go down. But it looks like quite the opposite right now, because the taxes, the growth is going to continue. The tax amount is going to increase because there's a less of an offset, and we're looking at a 1.5% increase in perpetuity for growth. So it's difficult to tell residents that's the case, and that's what's going on. So why are we're choosing to take the 10% off of the tax reduction and not off of the new initiative side?
The reason for that, there's a logical argument that growth is part of the source of this RMR liability, because every asset that we bring online creates a liability, and that includes growth assets, not just things that we already have. So we posited that that there was a reasonable connection between RMR capital funding and growth, but we didn't think it would be palatable to use more than a 10% allocation.
Okay, but the new initiatives is not for growth of infrastructure. It's typically growth for the city operations. This is 65%.
I think Diana wants to speak on this.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in. Yeah, actually, Councillor Hughes, this was kind of a suggestion that you had brought up the last time of why we weren't proposing using any of the assessment growth revenue towards this. And so, we did kind of have a sober second thought and kind of agree with your recommendation. I just wanted to clarify, though, that the split in the current policy is 70-30. So with the 10% split, we actually just split it 5% from each side to try and create some fairness. So not just taking it all off of the base, but doing half and half.
Okay, thank you for that. For whatever reason, I had a different number in my head, and so thank you for clarifying that. The other thing was, and I know, because when I asked for this, put for this motion for this report, I was hoping for some, I guess, a different answer than the same thing over again, which is what I feel like we have. Was there any discussion into saying that 80% of all the money that we're having for the next 3 years, all the new assessment growth, will go directly to the capital budget? We just would not spend a lot of money on anything else and have it go directly to capital budgets. It'd be a big surge. We wouldn't have to keep doing this 1.5% for the next 2 decades or forever. 2 decades for me it'll be forever. So was there any discussion at all about doing something like that? Just saying, you know what, for 3 years, we're just going to put a large sum on there and devote it all to capital growth, and then do a much lesser amount in the back end because you're going to balloon payment in the front. Was there any discussion about that idea?
Yeah, we did talk about how much of the growth money to use, and we basically came to the conclusion that we didn't want to use all of it because we are still growing. I mean, we can't make the recommendation on our own to stop growth. I mean, growth is an organizational decision, not a finance decision. But the other issue is that the growth money would not have the same impact as property tax money, because property taxes have a compounding effect. And there's nothing else at our disposal at this point in time that would have the same impact on this issue as property taxes.
So at the end of 2040, how much taxpayer money is expected to be going into the RMR each year?
I don't have the number right in front of me, but I believe it was in the $30+ million range.
I think it's got to be more than that.
I'm just going from memory at this point, so I don't recall exactly what it was.
Okay. I feel like it's like 40 or 47. That's what I feel like, but it's just, I mean, it was a year or two ago when we discussed it. But as I was asking you, I was just trying to think of what the number was. Okay. And Diane, do you know what the number is going to be in 2040?
No, I don't have that. But I did want to just jump into around your discussion about using our assessment growth money for the next, several years. So, lately we've been or the last couple of years, we kind of are estimating about a $2 to $2.5 million additional growth assessment revenue based on our current growth. So I guess the one thing we have to consider with this is that we have two issues here. We have a current gap as of today. If we were to never add another asset to the city, we have a current underfunding of the existing assets that probably equals somewhere around $15 or $16 million. So we would have to use 8 years worth of assessment growth to be able to even cover the existing gap. But we also need a process to be able to annually add money to the RMR for every asset that we add going forward. So we kind of have, like I said, we have an existing issue and then we have the future growth issue. And so this 1.5% actually addresses both the existing gap plus our planned growth over the next 20 years as well. The other challenge with that as well is that, as you mentioned, we utilize the 70%, or what we're proposing now is a 65% towards municipal growth business cases. And I mean, there's definitely, we need to get lots of direction from council on new service levels, on new things we're being asked to provide. And we need the operating money to be able to do that. So it would be pretty difficult to put all of that growth or a huge percentage of it specifically to RMR and not allow the city operations to grow with the expectations.
Okay, so just work with me for a minute, Diane. So I've got the 16 million deficit to date, but we're putting a 10% now into the life cycle reserve. So if we were putting an average of $7 million a year of new capital, and you're telling me that 4.5% of the money is going to need to be put in, we need to put aside 4.5%. That's about $315,000 a year, the bulk of which will probably be covered from the life cycle reserves extra money that we're putting aside here. So I'm just trying to here.
So the $6 million asset growth that is only contributed assets. We've been on average contributing $30 million of new assets per year. The $6 million was related just to the contributed asset portion.
So how are we getting, like I've been here for 7 years. How are we getting 30 million? Like the city really has not grown that much.
Well,
where's it coming from?
Well, when you look at all the growth projects, if you just go back to all the growth projects that have been approved, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've got lots of big, lots of big road projects like, widening and improving intersections and traffic calming and park development. And like there's, we approve a lot of growth capital projects every year in the millions and millions of dollars. And then the contributed assets from the developers are on top of that.
So really we did too many growth projects, really. Because we can't keep up with ourselves is what you're telling me.
Yeah, the whole concept of building differently in the future, what that will do is, of course, we've built our model and our forecasts based on what we've historically done and kind of our historical growth rate. If we're able to change the future in terms of how we build out, then that future growth, what we're going to spend on those capital assets, if we get better ways of, like you said, like better materials for building roads that we don't have to maintain as often, that future need goes down. So that's definitely something we should be pursuing. So this is just based on if we continue today and we continue on the way we've always done things, that's the way the numbers are likely going to shake out. But we do have the ability to kind of change our future, I guess, right? If we're building more dense and we're building, when we can slow down the asset growth by the fact that we're building less kilometers of roadway because it's a more condensed neighborhood, or we have better materials that don't need as much maintenance.
But the capital growth step that we put forward had nothing to do with the developers' growth rates. That's what you call the silent growth, like the capital growth stuff, parks or anything else that has nothing to do with capital goods.
Well, but it does impact the contributed assets as well, right? Because if they're building, sidewalks and curb and gutter and all those things in a new community, but that new community is denser, they're going to be building less sidewalks, right? Less kilometers of sidewalks that they will then contribute to us.
So the regular operating, like just the regular cost increase to operating, on average, it's around 1.5% tax increase is what I've been seeing. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, like just with like wage increases, COLA, cost of utilities, all of it that comes together, it seems to be about a 1.5% tax increase in general is what I've been seeing. Is that what you've also been seeing, Diane, in general, in your history of?
I mean, the only thing I would say about that is that I feel like we've worked really hard as an organization to get our budgets really tight. So I feel like though, that we have had lower tax increases over the last few years, but I feel like that's not necessarily a true reflection of the cost increases. We've been able to, modify other things to help cover that. We've talked about that we've been sort of below the municipal price index for several years. And at some point, in the very, very near future, we're going to be at the point where we don't have any of that low hanging fruit anymore, that those pieces to help offset that, where we've kind of, squeezed as much out of the, existing budget as we can.
No, I guess what I'm asking, Diane, is like, I know that we've been doing things to offset the increase, but the actual operating increase, if we didn't find efficiencies, et cetera, is about a 1.5% tax increase is what I've seen. Just like general operating is that. And then like last year is a huge different year because everything was changed around and everything was cut, right? Like right down to the bone. But on a normal year, I'm looking at about a 1.5% tax increase on operating. That's just like our base is what I've been seeing.
I mean, certainly, like I said, that's what we've kind of been seeing. Again, that's below the municipal price index. So I would argue that we've probably been kind of pushing it down the road a little bit. I don't know whether it's going to stay like that. Our last forecast that we've done on MPI are slightly higher than that, probably closer to the 3% for just basic inflation, including wages and those kind of things.
So basic inflation is really looking at 3% and a tax increase. And then we're discussing having another 1.5% in perpetuity is what we're looking at today. Like we're not discussing a 1.5. We need to look at the big picture here. We're looking at a 4.5 and up, really, is what we're looking at for the next 2 decades.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sort of the information that we've kind of been communicating to council too, is what the next, 2 or 3 years looks like. Is we've been saying the 4 or 5, and maybe it goes beyond 2 or 3 years. And I think that's the importance of looking for those new alternate revenue sources, right? Because that's you have to find new money if you don't want to increase taxes to be able to. There's only so many levers you can pull, right? So, we want that to be the focus because we would rather not have those kind of tax increases, right? We'd like to have other revenues that can help fund that deficit.
Okay. Okay. But really, we're not looking at 2 or 3 or 4.5%. We're looking at a 20-year 4.5% plus whatever else happens, like a rec facility, anything else. Just so that people understand and have a realistic expectation. I had one more question, and then I think it left my brain, so you might be off the hook. Shoot, I did have a question for you. I know you had the answer for me, and now it is gone from my brain. So maybe you're off the hook.
I can come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep thinking about it. Thank you.
Okay. Stephen or Diana, I don't know who wants to answer this one, and then I'll get to you right away, Councillor Hanson. But when I was reading this report, and you just kind of hit it on the nail on the head, Diane, with the existing problem and our future assets that were years ago. I think it was my second term. I'm pretty sure it was Stephen, or you guys came up with an idea of increasing our, back then it was called the envelope, now it's the funding formula, increasing that annually at the same percentage as new assets. And I loved that idea, and it never sadly went anywhere. But the way you've got motions in front of us today, you've got the 1.5% still there, although it's actually going to be less of a tax increase because we have the 10% to kind of offset it. But then it ends in 2040. And so any assets that we gain past 2040, we're not then be proactive to add money to our life cycle reserves. So was there any conversation in the finance department about actually splitting those two out? Having something in policy that says the funding formula increases by the same percentage as the asset base that we accumulated that year. And then another piece, something like this, that 1.5 is really just to deal with the catch up in the existing gap. Because I would like to see something more permanent to address this problem long past 2040.
That's a really good point. So the reason why we haven't done that right now is because the existing funding gap is really the thing that we have got to get on top of. So this solution, as unpalatable as it is, addresses both the existing funding gap and future asset growth through the next 20 years and gets us sort of level, if you will. But between now and then, I agree with you. There needs to be a permanent way of keeping up to speed, so to speak. So I've put that issue on the back burner when coming up with this recommendation because we're already so far behind. We have got to get up to speed. And so, whatever we end up coming up with as a permanent solution, as you just described, and I did like that idea, it's why we brought it forth in the first place. It doesn't necessarily need to be done right now. We need to do something, but we don't necessarily need that permanent solution right now if we adopt something like what we're recommending today. If we don't adopt what we're recommending today, then we're going to continue fighting this current gap and also the going forward issue, I guess, if you will, the idea of keeping up with our asset base as we go forward.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
Sorry, and I was just going to add one thing to also consider, and the concept of adding budget as we grow, like the prior year's assets, is a great idea. The only thing to consider with that, though, is that if you remember Stephen's chart that he had up, we have some years where our assets are huge and other years where they're small. So if you're doing if you're doing a percentage on any given year, you could have one year where it would call for a 6% tax increase just because you had a huge amount of capital assets come in. So, having a way to more smooth it out so that it's not such a, gigantic increase in 1 year. It's something we would need to think about what would be the best way to do it. But the concept we absolutely totally support. There be a process. So as you add, you're continuing. So we know we don't get ourselves back into that situation after this time period.
And you're right, if we build a new rec center, that asset would cause a huge spike, but it would also cause a spike in operating so we're hiring staff too. So that would be a hard year. I would argue, though, that having the gap and the future proactive approach would be and we don't have to do it today, but in the near future, separate those out, because as new revenue comes in and we get a better grasp of the asset management plan and the numbers are, as Councillor Hughes was trying to allude to, we have more accurate information, we can adjust the 1.5 to catch up on the gap. And we might actually be lowering what we're contributing. I don't know. So I would like to see it separated at one point, but that's it for now. That's all I really had. Councillor Hughes, did you remember your question?
I did. So the current motion was approved to go until 2022. I know that I had the motion bring forward a report, and it probably was around this time that it was due. But in light of the fact that the motion really is very similar to what, a recommendation similar to what it was before, I'm just wondering why you chose not to just wait till you had the asset management plan done and have more accurate numbers before you committed to putting something of this magnitude into stone.
If we do that, then basically we're looking at 5 years of building up a bigger deficit than we already have. So we felt that we needed to do something right away, even if it wasn't perfect. It doesn't mean that whatever we do now can't be amended when we have better information. And we actually built that into one of the recommendations that you know, we address that issue, saying as soon as we have better information, we can reevaluate and then, you know, build something that actually uses the best information to determine what we actually have to do.
And I think this also addresses a council motion that came out of that conversation to come up with another idea. Is that not correct? Which is
Yeah, but it's the same idea, Kathy. So like Mayor Heron, ultimately it's the same idea. So, you know, the motion was, I do have a report, but it came back with the same conclusions and no other real options. So it is what it is.
Well, I see it as a different option because we're using the assessment growth to fund growth. So,
okay, sure. If you want to go there, it's fine. But yeah, it's very, very similar.
Councillor Hanson, you're up next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess if all municipalities are dealing with this RMR gap, and I know the AUMA has done some asset management stuff. Is there an ability to come together as a region around this gap and how others are dealing with it, and have we done that? I'd also be interested in knowing maybe on some kind of a table, what our tax increases have been over the last 10 years compared to other municipalities, minus the 1.5. Like, I'm assuming that others don't have a dedicated amount going to RMR. Do we have that information? Because frankly, as a resident, I think our tax increases have been very small, very tight. And you know, at the end of the day, you would know that at some point in time, there's going to have to be a bigger tax increase in order to pay for everything. So I guess I'd like to know what other municipalities are doing over the last 10 years and why and how they're handling their RMR. It's a little bit of the same question that Councillor Mackay had earlier. Is there a scan around, and can the AUMA help in terms of some strategies?
The only thing I'll just jump in with, and I'm not really sure how to answer that portion of the question, but the portion around getting a comparison, you know, maybe the last 10 years of the tax increases for comparable municipalities, that we can certainly put together for you. We have that fairly handy. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the answer is, Stephen. If you have anything to add on the other ones, I mean, it's an issue, and it's not just Alberta municipalities. It's municipalities all around the world. Infrastructure is underfunded. You know, when you get to the point, if you don't have the money ready to repair that stuff, your infrastructure is going to start falling into a state of disrepair.
Well, and not only that, you're actually laying that cost on to the next generation. So that there has to be a strategy in place that keeps everything viable. But that's why I just wondered if the AUMA has really looked at this particular issue as a provincial, because we know our MSI, we know our grants are decreasing. So this is going to end up being probably a priority at some point in time for many, many municipalities, because you can't keep sweeping it under the carpet. Yeah. Anyway, that's, Kathy, you don't know about that.
Well, I do. I would say that FCM has actually done more work on the asset management plans than AUMA has. So that would probably be where I would look. They did that awesome little video a while ago that we shared on our website about.
But AUMA has offered asset management courses.
Yeah.
So they clearly understand that crumbling infrastructure is an ongoing issue for municipalities.
Yeah, they have. You're right. I would say that our staff is probably as educated on this topic as. Yeah.
Probably could give the course. Okay.
Probably.
All right. Thanks.
And I will say regionally, Mayor Houston from Spruce Grove was very excited to let me know that they have something in their taxes. I think it's about 1% to go to what they call something similar to RMR. And he was super excited to tell me that just within the last 6 months. And I'm like, well, we've been doing that for years. Well, not years, but a couple years. So we are ahead of most municipalities on this topic. So I think we should be sharing what we're doing with others.
I'll send it in, Diane, as an IR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to understand a couple of issues on that. Yeah.
All right. Any more questions? No hands up, no real hands. Okay, anyone ready to make the motion? Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That policy C-FS05 budget and taxation guiding principles, section 14B, subsection 2, be amended to distribute new assessment growth as follows. A, 25% to offset the base budget. B, 10% to increase contributions to life cycle reserve. C, 65% to fund new initiatives. Number 2, that policy C-FS-05 budget and taxation guiding principles, last paragraph of section 14A, be replaced as follows. As part of the annual budget, the equivalent of a 1.5% property tax increase, less the amount calculated in section 14B subsection 2, be included in the municipal tax requirement and specifically target to capital reserve to support the repair, maintenance, and replacement of existing capital assets. 3, that this planned increase remain in effect at the stated levels until the earlier of 2040 or the point in time that more robust data from the asset management plan suggests that an alternate plan or schedule is warranted, with the first reassessment scheduled no later than 2027.
All right, thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I'll just point out before we get into debate that we're not approving the policy today. This policy will still have to come back to us. So this, when it comes back to us, if you want to make further changes, there's still that chance. So this is just the direction to staff to make the changes. So Councillor Broadhead, I'll accept the motion and let you have opening arguments.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And certainly this conversation is not new to anybody on council, although the presentation by Mr. Graham today was very helpful. Basically, it was a redistribution of the assessment growth that changes in this particular motion before us today. Additionally, under 2, is the 1.5% is mitigated by the 10% earlier, and then 5 gives some timelines around what we've put in place.
Awesome. Anyone else have comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll jump in, and I guess I'm going to only say that obviously everybody here realizes the significance of this. I mean, certainly. I would probably put this as one of the significant issues facing not only the remainder of our term, but future, because, you know, one of the challenges I did have with the motion moving forward was the third recommendation about how we're going to carry this through to 2040. And actually, even when we get the asset management plan, you know, we're still looking at 2027, which is still another term, council term out. So, but there's no doubting that I guess we're, to use an analogy, we are on the public infrastructure railway track, and we might not be able to see the actual train, but we can certainly hear the whistle. And I'm very, I mean, we have to do something, and this is an appropriate response. But at the same time, I really hope that we can start to look for other solutions, and that other solutions will start to make themselves known, because as I've said to start, this is significant and it will be a challenge for many terms to come. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, anyone else into debate? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Well, first of all, just to be clear, the $16 million that we're in short, it's assuming that we don't get any grants ever again, which is not really a correct assumption. Whether MSI goes up or gets replaced or goes down, the federal and the French government have grants that we do take advantage of to reduce the amount coming in. And I do appreciate the fact that there's been some decrease to the amount of the total tax increase by contributing to the life cycles off of the new growth. Honestly, it should be higher. It should be at least 20%. If it's the crisis that we are understanding it to be, then we should be putting more into it than that to mitigate the tax increases. Because the problem we're looking at right now is that we're basically agreeing for the next 2 decades to a 4.5% or higher tax increase. I mean, you build a rec center, you could easily be looking at 7 to 8% tax increases, which is significant amount to be binding another council and future council's hands into. When this was initially brought forward, it was said it was going to only go to 2022, and the next council is going to make that decision, but it appears that we'll be making it for them. So I have a real difficult time saying that this is the only real solution. I think we need to look differently at how we are allocating it, and perhaps we just don't have as much money for new initiatives if we haven't got enough for RMR. But and instead of saying, well, we need to put the money to new initiatives and then increase the taxes by that much on top of it, there's an affordability factor here. And yes, we've had lower tax increases, and however, we've also still been able to increase the capital budget in spite of that. But that was because things were being looked at differently. But if things cannot continue that way, we are going to be looking at substantial tax increases. And we can't just also turn a blind eye to the effect of whether or not it's going to be affordable people live here if they start getting 5% tax increases year after year. So I really think that, personally, I think that it should go back and have another look at it and see how else we can accomplish this goal. I feel like the report came back with almost nothing different than we saw several years ago, with the exception of that 10% offset, which is a something, but I don't think it's enough. So I personally do not feel comfortable with what we have right now. This current plan is going until 2022 anyway. And I think that we should need to look back and say, how are we doing things differently? And I understand that you keep touting the new revenue is going to be the savior of the world, but new revenue has to increase by that certain amount year over year as well to decrease the taxes. Otherwise, it's just a short-term shot in the arm. And this is a long-term tax increase that's coming in here. So I think that a lot of things need to happen differently. We need to have more information. We need to have more complete information. And there's no rush to actually have this come forward like this. And I still think it needs to be revised further. Coming back with almost the same solution over and over again isn't actually a change. So personally, I feel very uncomfortable trying to move this forward. I understand it probably will anyway, but I still do not think that this is, the problem is as big as it's claiming to be, more of the new growth should be going into it. And I'm considering, when this does come forward to council, to putting forward an amendment to increase the amount going into the life cycle reserves as opposed to the rest, because this is not reflecting the crisis that's being put in front of us if it's as big as it's claiming to be. That's it. Thanks.
Anyone else on debate? The other option, Councillor Hughes, would be to keep the offset of the base budget at 30% and take the 65 to fund new initiatives down to 60, and that would be A and B would both be kind of helping with the taxes, because offsetting the base and then reducing what you were levying at the 1.5. That might be another way to do it too. So it would just make Mr. Scoble's, the job of the new initiatives just really, really tight and really have to be scrutinized. So, but that's an option too. I just want to thank Stephen and Diane for the work. I see that there's a reassessment scheduled no later than 2027. I think at the very beginning of next term, Mr. Scoble, that the new council has to have the same kind of representation, maybe in a workshop, and talk about just so they have a really good understanding of this policy and why we're doing the levy and the situation with RMR. That kind of stuff probably should not be postponed to the council after. So, Councillor Broadhead to close.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly agree with the idea that if we keep doing the things that we're doing, we're going to keep experiencing the results that we've always experienced. So to the point about new revenue growth, we have to be innovative and entrepreneurial and brave. And so when administration comes to us with new revenue opportunities, council can't squash it and expect different response later on. So this is an attempt, but it's only one lever. And as was noted earlier by Ms. McNorty, there's only a few levers that we can pull. And so we have to define new levers. And in order to do that, we have to think creatively and entrepreneurially as well. So that's all part of the equation to arrive at an answer as well.
All right, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? That is, it's Councillor Hanson, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Mackay, and Councillor Broadhead, and Mayor Herron in favor, and Councillor Hughes. Are you opposed? Okay. So Agenda Committee will have to schedule that policy to come back to us. I'm not sure when and how long that will take to do, but probably not that long. All right. Moving on to an agenda 7.1 was on consent, which, or sorry, 7.2, which was the boring bylaw. Find it so I can read it to you guys. So the motion on consent was that the amended version of Council Policy CAO 22 boring bylaw advertising provided as an attachment to June 8th, 2021 report be approved. Councillor Watkins pulled 7.3 off. He let me know it's mostly because he wants to have a recorded vote on it. So Councillor Watkins, you said you had no questions, so you just want to throw the motion on the floor and then you can vote against it. Do you want to do it that way? Okay, just read it into the record.
It's in the chat, Ray.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, sorry. The chat. The administration draft a that revision policy C-CC-03 council remuneration and expense reimbursement provided as an attachment to the June 8th, 2021 agenda report entitled Amendments to Council Policy C-CC-03 be approved, and to that administration draft a council remuneration review committee bylaw for presentation to the committee growth and infrastructure standing committee on July 12th, 2021.
Awesome. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I had a question.
Oh,
Diane's here. I'm looking for Diane. Okay, there you are. Hey there. Hello again. Okay, so when I saw this, I know that Councillor Watkins wants to vote against it, but if we vote against it, it doesn't change that, what's happened. Because when I'm looking at this report, it's like, this is just acknowledging what's happened in the past and getting our records up to correct accounting, I guess is what you would say, or correct numbers, right? If you vote against this, everything that's already happened is still happened and it's not going to be undone. Would that be correct? You're unmuted,
Dan.
Yeah, you're correct, because the actual approval of the increase is through policy. So that's where the approval actually happens. So you're right. All we're really doing is updating the policy to just reflect current information.
So if we didn't update the policy, it would actually just be misleading.
It would just be out of date.
Yeah. So because I'm just thinking, like, new councillors wanted, or new people are running for council, and they want to know how much money they could potentially make if they were successful. The numbers just would not be reflective of reality. That's all that there is on this, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good clarification, Councillor Hughes. I will accept the motion. I just want to make sure it's no hands. Accept the motion, Councillor Watkins. Do you have any arguments, or do you just want to go straight to the vote?
Go to the vote.
Okay. All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor? So that's Councillor Hanson, Mayor Herron, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Mackay, and Councillor Broadhead in favor, and opposed, Councillor Watkins. Okay. All right, 7.4 was also pulled off of consent, and Councillor Hughes sent a alternative motion. This is the opt-out flyers. So is there any questions to this one before we get into motions? All right. I need a motion, either the one that's in our package or the one that Councillor Hughes has proposed.
Okay, I'm willing to put for the alternate motion, but
okay.
unless you want to.
Pardon?
I'm willing to put forward that alternate motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that motion CM-19-028 being motion for the opt-out flyer bylaw be rescinded.
Okay. Before I accept that motion, is there any questions on the new motion? Seeing none, I'll accept it. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So when this came forward and we saw the backgrounder, I did some serious thinking about what exactly what was happening. And the problem is with this bylaw is it's really punitive to businesses and really the youth, the guys that are delivering these brochures, and because they're getting paid like 20 cents a house. And then if they happen to make a mistake, they get basically fined like $200 a house. I don't know who would volunteer to do that type of a job if that's what their penalty is. Can you imagine if every time anybody in any of their jobs, they did something someone else didn't like, they get fined any amount of money? Who would want to have that type of a job, especially people who are really just struggling? Like if you're 13 years old, this is your first job and you're trying to make ends meet, or you're trying to get a second job because you're trying to make ends meet. This is not a situation where we should be punishing these people because they happen to have dropped off a brochure or a flyer for somebody and that person didn't want it. And so I looked at this, I looked at the fact that this is going to be difficult for businesses that have struggled and have been hit like with a frying pan over their head for 15 months straight now in some cases. And then these businesses that are trying to now just barely stay afloat, even if this is delayed until Q1 2022, they are nowhere near on their feet at that point. And so I thought about this and I'm thinking, if we want to say that we're open for business and we want to be business friendly, we have to make sure that all of the things that council is doing is business friendly, is encouraging our businesses to stay alive, is helping them move forward, and is not doing things to impair it. And this type of an opt-out flyer bylaw does that. It's going to be detrimental for the businesses that are relying on this. It's certainly detrimental for the carriers, because either you're going to have the business that can't control or not the carrier delivers it accidentally getting fined, which will put them out of business quite quickly, or you'll have the carrier being fined, who's basically going to, they make $100 a month, and if they get fined $250 for one mistake, I mean, that's just beyond unfair to them. So, and then what if it's a claim like you say, oh, there was something on their mailbox, they didn't see it, comes up later. I mean, there's so many things that can come up and just make life really difficult for people that already have a hard enough time doing that job. I know my children delivered delivered the paper for a year or so. And I mean, you're going in all weather conditions, icy, snow, rain, and you're doing it for 20 cents a house. And then you have a situation like this where you can get penalized for it. And I just think that would just be beyond unfair. They don't do it now, but I just recognize how difficult it is. So I just like to think that we should be doing things that, especially as a result of this, the COVID-19 pandemic, that we are intentional about making sure that the businesses are allowed to do everything they can to be effective in their advertising, so that way they can recover. And any type of a penalty at all is not going to help us get that way. So it's obvious that some people find it very effective because that's why they continue to do it. But if we start putting in roadblocks and putting in barriers to having that happen, then I was saying that we're helping businesses is just talk. So it's been over a year since this motion has been brought forward. Administration has repeatedly asked for time extensions because they state right in there that there's potential negative effects impacted by this potential bylaw. So I think that we should just recognize that in second sober thought, and when this was put forward before the pandemic, that this is not the time to be putting in such negative, potentially negative effects to businesses. We're either trying to stay alive or trying to advertise their businesses to try to get business back up to where they were hoping it would be. So I thought instead of trying to keep kicking the can down the road, let's just end it. This is my suggestion. That's it.
Anyone else on debate on this? Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I guess I'll start off with asking everyone in the room if they know what the motion is that we're proposing to rescind, because I don't. So I would just think about that first. It wasn't in our backgrounder. We have no idea what we're voting on right now. So I'm not even going to address the actual bylaw or even the motion because none of us have seen it or discussed the details since 2019. It would be irresponsible to address a topic that we haven't reviewed recently and that is not in our agenda package. What I will address is transparency and our commitment to allow residents to weigh in on the decisions of council. Residents have received no notice that this would be considered today. Council only received notice after our meeting started. So I was not doing research as I was sitting here listening to presentations. And regardless of whether this bylaw is approved at a future date or even whether it should be approved, it would be contrary to any semblance of transparency with our residents to pass this motion. I recognize that one powerful business owner requested this change, and it's important to consider the perspectives of every business owner, but we shouldn't prioritize that one request over opportunities for our residents to consult on a decision. So a vote in favor of this motion is a vote against transparency and is a signal to our residents that we don't care what they think, and has nothing to do with our commitment to local business or the environment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I think I'm going to support Councillor Hughes. Sorry. You know what? As a kid, I delivered flyers. It's the first job a lot of kids have, either delivering flyers or delivering a newspaper, and it pays like very little money. And to even propose a fine for somebody to misdeliver it is just hard to believe that we could do that. And also kind of the idea of opting out. It just seems like it's going to be a whole kind of a nightmare. Yeah, we did receive a letter from the newspaper saying they were very concerned about this and the fact that it's going to affect their ability to raise revenue, and that the flyers are just going to be delivered by Canada Post anyways. And we also, if you look at the report, it says that administration is requesting the time extension because at this time, all departmental resources are focused on economic recovery and business supports related to negative impacts of on St. Albert's business community. And then it said through different touch points and surveys, they've identified local businesses who will additionally and potentially negatively be impacted by the amendment. So they've expressed some concern. And it says, I kind of looked at the flyers that I get in my mailbox and who they're from. And probably 95% of them were all local businesses that are really hurting. You know, with the local lawn care guy, I looked at him, Shoppers Drug Mart, M&M Meats, all the fast food restaurants, a lot of small kind of independent businesses were the people who use the flyers. So I'm not too sure what we're saving here. And I talked to a few residents, and I don't really see anybody who's too concerned about opting out of flyers or really recognize it as a concern. I talked to the kid who delivered the flyers, and I asked him, does he get a lot of complaints about getting people delivering the flyers? And he says, no. Once in a while, he sees a sign on a mailbox that says, no flyers, please, and he honors that and doesn't deliver the flyers. So I kind of think that it's time that we kind of put an end to the opt-out flyers. So I think I'm going to be supporting council.
All right. I'm going to remind everyone we have time specific at 3:30 and we're already well over it. So let's keep our arguments really concise. Councillor Hanson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just have to say that while I understand the intent of rescinding, I think that Councillor Jolly brings up some excellent procedural points, and we don't have a bylaw in front of us to even rescind. This is a time extension agenda report. So I don't think that we really have the opportunity. We're not talking about anything but a time extension request with a new motion that we don't have any information on. So procedurally, I don't think that this is the right thing to do. I think it needs to come back in a proper agenda report with a backgrounder, and we can debate it at that time. So I will not be supporting this motion as it is today.
Thank you. Anyone else? No more hands up. I'll just really quickly weigh in. Yeah, like getting a motion after a council meeting has started. I'm not prepared to vote on. We had a big conversation about opt-out bylaws, and I remember it was not a unanimous decision, but it was a majority of council that wanted to do this. And now we're asking council without any thought or having a bylaw or even proposals. We're not talking about finding the delivery kid, and we're not telling people that flyers will not be available anymore, because if you want flyers, you can still have flyers. But I know I have a sign on my mailbox and I still get them, and it just makes me angry. So we need recourse to help stop that. And there's a huge education part of this as well. And the other point I'd like to say is we just approved a recovery grant that's focused on digital marketing. That's the future. It's not the paper marketing that people just throw in their recycling now and causes an environmental heavy footprint. So I'm not prepared to rescind anything, because I don't even know what I'm rescinding until we actually see what administration comes up with. So I'll allow you to close, Councillor Hughes.
Mayor Herron, if you don't think it's appropriate, I'd rather have it served as notice, quite frankly. I mean, I did this and I thought if you thought it was appropriate, then you'd take it. But if everyone's thinking this isn't an appropriate time to put the motion, I have no problem if you want me to withdraw it, and then we can give notice of motion instead. I thought people were familiar with what the council approved just over a year ago, but I just, if you wanted to have a full backgrounder, I think it'd be proper if we actually just withdrew the motion, and I'll just provide it notice to get a proper.
It's up to you. You have to withdraw your motion, Councillor Hughes. I think the point is it's not so much the procedural, it's the fact that Councillor Jolly pointed out that a motion passed and the public's expecting to be engaged in this. And
sure. So I know that this is what it is, but apparently it's more than, it is procedural. Apparently people would like to have a backgrounder and let the public come in and weigh in on it. So if that's the case, I'd rather withdraw it and just bring it forward in July or whatever.
Are you withdrawing it then?
Yeah, I don't know if you have to vote to withdraw it or not, is what I'm saying. I don't remember the procedure on that, but I'd rather just withdraw it and give notice if that's the situation, if the concern is no lack of backgrounders.
Marta?
So if once the motion has been moved, it may not be withdrawn without the majority consent of council. So council would have to vote.
Because once I accepted the motion, it belongs to all people, not you, Councillor Hughes. Yeah.
So I'm willing to withdraw it then, to put it forward to have it withdrawn.
So Councillor Hughes is making a motion to withdraw. We need a majority of council for that one. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Jolly, can I look to you real quick to make the motion in the backgrounder?
Sure. That the deadline extension for the following item be approved. Time extension request bylaw regarding opt-out flyers be extended to Q1 2022.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that is, Councillor Hughes, you opposed?
No. In favor.
Okay, so it's unanimous. All right. Okay, we're jumping ahead to what I called, I think, 7.11, which was the regional economic recovery matter, which is time specific. I see that we have Mr. Tom Ruth with us. I see Tracy Bednard is with us. I see Tom, Malcolm, and Myron. That's excellent. Thank you guys all for joining us. Do you have a presentation that you want to make to council, or are you here for questions and answering only?
So Madam Mayor, we are not we're not providing a presentation. We're happy to make a couple of opening comments, but really this is an opportunity for you to ask questions of us.
Okay, I think it would be good to give a little bit of information comments, because although council is somewhat aware, and myself even more, the public isn't, so they won't know what we're talking about if we don't do some opening comments. Maybe they watched the City of Edmonton's debate yesterday, but I would say for the most part, people watching our meeting right now are completely unaware. So I don't know if it's either you or Tom that want to do some.
No, I'm quite happy to start. So really, it all began about a year ago when 3 communities in the airport, so what is affectionately entitled the Airport Accord, so the 2 Ledukes, Leduc City, Leduc County, the City of Edmonton, and EIA, asked Edmonton Global to facilitate a regional conversation about the challenges around air services from a regional perspective vis-a-vis COVID and the impacts. And to put it in just comparison, pre-COVID, we had 52 direct flights in and out of the airport, and currently today we have 13. Some of the challenges that continue today is we have no criteria set yet from the federal government about the reopening of international travel for our airport. And the closure of our airport to international travel occurred across not just Edmonton, but across a number of airports, and leaving only 4 airports in Canada to receive international flights: Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and Montreal. The challenge is that as this continues to percolate along, airlines are in the process of booking their 2023 flight schedules now, and we do not factor into it. And because we're not a natural hub like Calgary for WestJet, Montreal for Air Canada, we have to compete a little harder to make sure that we are given the same courtesy and accreditation for direct flights. And as you know, direct flights are the lifeblood for our region simply because we're a fly-in and fly-out community. We don't have 30 million Americans south of our border to help augment or drive in. So we're a fly-in, fly-out community, whether that's business traffic, whether that's the visitor economy, or for the supporting the community writ large for leisure travel or other travel. So we hosted 3 air summits over the course of this last year, culminating in April with an ask to explore the opportunity to help us figure out a means to be able to accelerate recovery in terms of air travel and potentially expand that as we go forward. So the Air Services Opportunity Fund was discussed, and now we're in the process of figuring out how do we create that. And this fund would be used to help offset some of the startup costs for new direct flights into our region when we're allowed to have them again, focused on international travel, and help accelerate the return of those flights for the benefit of the whole community. So that's it in a nutshell. And really the matter before us is the discussion around the fund to determine how that may come to pass. And of course, we're here to answer questions from the council on a wide range of topics. Now, the only caveat I'll indicate, Mayor Herron, is that if it comes to our competitiveness advantages, it's kind of like a poker game. We don't want to show all our cards. So we may ask for certain discussion points to be in camera at the end of this. But by and large, we want to keep it all in public as much as possible to keep that education and transparency available. So that's sort of my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a motion to go on camera ready. I will probably just need help from either yourself or Tom to let me know that that is confidential information and we can jump into camera to do that. Tom, did you have anything to add from the airport's point of view?
I think Malcolm summed it up. Just to add that this is really a regional initiative. It's really to help out all the businesses and the economic impact in our entire region. So just the framework is quite strategic. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. All right, I will open it up to council for questions. Who wants to start? Councillor Hanson, go ahead. I think Councillor Hanson's been attending all those air summits, so she's been paying attention.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks for your attendance today to talk about this. It is an important subject. Some of the airport Edmonton Global conversations that I've been part of, and of course it's all been virtual, talked about really how well cargo has been doing. So is this just really about passengers and flying in and out, taking people from place to place, or has cargo had a decline? Or maybe you could speak a little bit to the success of the cargo side?
I'm happy to start because I think it's a really important question, because ultimately we've had success in the pure cargo side. Growth has happened at almost 8% over the COVID period, which is incredible. but the conditions for the success in the cargo side were set prior to. So when we were bringing in individual flights, so if you think about what we're asking for is not an unusual mechanism to help incentivize startup airlines. So we help them get through those initial startup costs until the flight itself is sustainable. And because we had done that on some of the cargo traffic already, that when COVID hit, so we were able to meet the health and safety requirements of PPE flights in and out, as I think many of us saw throughout, or even in the e-commerce side, because as we know, e-commerce is just booming, and so we had the capacity in the region through our airport to be able to meet those demands. So that's been great. But on the passenger side, there's been a dramatic downturn in passengers, as I've indicated in terms of the flights, but also about what the belly of those passenger planes provide. They represent upwards of 50% of cargo that's moved in and out of this region is in the belly of a passenger plane. So especially as we start to talk about value add. So Uniline, for example, may ship things in or out via their big cargo, but they may also be moving a lot of material through the belly of the passenger plane. So that's part of the reason why we think it's an important complementary and incorporated conversation between the two.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'll just follow up quickly with, I understand that we're sort of fifth in line, like the federal government is funding sort of the top four, and Edmonton probably in its size comes in number 5, which is a little bit disappointing that we can't be part of that that money. But has there been any talk about the fact that Edmonton really is the gateway to the north, and there's value add there?
So I think I would say that there has been a significant advocacy push federally, provincially, and amongst a number of our partners to explain why it can't be an either or, can't be a binary conversation, because our airport, given the way that we need to access, is a critical component for our recovery and for our subsequent growth. And all the mayors actually in January signed off on a letter to the Prime Minister and a number of our federal departments indicating the importance of the health and safety requirements for our region, but also the importance of the airport to be opened as soon as possible to traffic. And I'll just highlight one reason why. So it's not only about net new investment coming in and trade export going out, but it's also about sustaining the businesses we have here today. And I've spoken to a number of CEOs that have indicated if they can't fly direct to where they need to go, then they'll move the companies to places they can get a direct flight to. And so this is really, again, because we're not a natural hub, this really helps accelerate that recovery that we're looking for and really starts to give us a good trajectory to future growth. So, from my perspective, this is going to help us move. And you're right, we are the 5th largest airport. And we are just below that cusp of where the federal government said that these 4 will stay open, but the rest of you will close.
I might add that therein lies another reason why this is important, is as we do start seeing vaccines outrace the variants, is airlines are going to be making decisions quickly on as we open up again the international flights, is where they're going to fly. And we need to be at the ready to ensure that we have them back for recovery and eventual opportunity for growth.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay, I've got a bunch of hands up, and I don't know which order they went up, but I'll go with Councillor Broadhead, then Councillor Jolly, then Councillor McKay, and then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. So economic recovery, I'm all in for that. Want to support the airport, but you're asking for tax dollars, and you're asking for our citizens in St. Albert to contribute to this greater good for the region. And I suspect they buy into that idea. My question to you is, how are you going to be accountable back to us as a municipality in terms of the efficacy of this activity?
So great question. And so one of the things that we hosted recently was a board to board to board. So the board, so if the EMRB, the board of Edmonton Global and the board of EIA sat down and had this very discussion about different levers and mechanisms and tools that are available for decision makers to use. And it seems to be the best recommended approach, but it's still a topic of discussion for Thursday, was using the Edmonton Global organization as the management tool, while seeking individual contributions from the member municipalities, which would then funnel into this fund that would be managed by Edmonton Global. And the reason why Edmonton Global was selected, first of all, it includes 14 municipalities, not just the 13. So it helps defray the cost a little bit more amongst more of the members within the overall region. And second of all, the accountability frameworks already exist. So I have an obligation to report back to my shareholders twice a year, once through the AGM and once through the mid-year update. So that would be the opportune time to be able to provide full accountability and transparency to the councils and their shareholder reps on the use of the funds and the impact of those funds. The other thing that we are in the process of doing, and we'll be speaking to it in more detail next week with all the CAOs, is looking at a specific governance and accountability framework to make sure that there is full transparency and visibility on the system or the framework that we're proposing, to make sure that it meets all the fiduciary and financial controls that will be necessary in this fund.
Just a quick follow-on question, if you don't mind. So we're here to stimulate business, and certainly appreciate that. So has the request gone out to the various Chamber of Commerces of the region and saying, hey, here's an opportunity to invest into the, this infrastructure that supports every business within the region as well? And so I'm just wondering if they are willing to be an active participant in this endeavor as well.
So a very good question. So first of all 10 chambers in the region, so through GERC and a number of others, plus a number of associations like the Manufacturing Association, BOMA, NAOP, they've all very supportive of this initiative. Now, what we've been very specific about in terms of our ask of business is that they fill the planes. Because ultimately what we want is we want these planes to be sustainable. So the initial startup costs will be offset for 2 or 3 years in that general neighborhood. And then thereafter, these flights are to be sustainable. And what we need is we need the community writ large, and particularly the business community, to take the flights, to use the cargo, to be able to get that. So that's really where we've asked business to step up to on this initial go around.
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And I know we've got a bit of a time crunch, so I'll be brief. What is the payback plan being proposed for municipalities recovering their contribution?
So the investment is for $15 million, and third-party assessments on what a $15 million investment works out to, and we can provide a little bit more detail in camera, but essentially it works out to about 7,000 jobs, $485 million in GDP impact, or $485 million in GDP, and about $815 million in economic impact. And those aren't our numbers. Those aren't EIA's numbers. Those are globally recognized firms that do what a single flight will look like. And I'll give you an example of a wide body flight that holds 240 people that flies in and out of this region from Europe, for example, will have in the neighborhood of $30 million of economic stimulus just from that one flight. So when you expound that over a number of flights, and remember, this is a regional initiative because we all use those flights. So while there may be some direct benefit on taxation for Leduc County, perhaps, there will be broader regional benefit because we have flights available for our businesses and other community across the way. So the $15 million, you won't see a return on that in so far as 15 million in, 15 million out to you. What you'll see is the generation of of convenience for your citizens, for impact to your businesses to be able to move globally and export globally, as well as for the visitor economy for people that are coming in to see loved ones or come into the region to do other things.
Okay, so there's no payback plan. So proportionally, the municipalities that receive tax dollars from the EIA, would those be shared then because we are investing? I'm just trying to find that direct kind of link from the EIA to our purse if we put this investment in.
So the intent is not to see that it's not a tax dollar going in and then some kind of tax dollar back. What you get is the economic stimulus that money, that investment does for the region at large. So it's not as a direct line of sight for your community as I think you're indicating.
Okay, so
Councillor, to be fair, I would say the airport and Edmonton Global doesn't have the authority to dictate tax sharing. That would be a good conversation for the 15 municipalities that contribute, because there is some tax base obviously coming out of there.
Yeah. So I guess my last follow-up question is, are the contributions calculated based on kind of economic benefit from the airport? You know, Leduc County, for example, or Edmonton would see more hotel bookings. I mean, nobody's coming to St. Albert for a one-day meeting from the EIA. So are the contributions different based on those numbers?
So right now, the proposal is the cost sharing formula that's based on population and assessment is the details used. And there was some conversation about whether or not we need to look at year one would have to be that way because the urgency of establishing the fund is very important, but potentially to look at a different type of cost sharing formula for year 2 and 3. But I will say there was a lot of caution around that as well, because then it becomes, once you open that up, it's very hard to put that genie back in the bottle. So it's a question of, you know, is there the will in the region to revisit a very complicated set of numbers to try and come up with a different type of cost sharing formula that both the EMRB use and the Edmonton Global use in terms of cost share formula.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
And I would say that, Malcolm, that the CED model is that formula. We just haven't got it all ironed out yet. So maybe in year 2 we could bring CED into this.
And I think Mayor Herron, I think there's, again, I'm looking for the input from both the extraordinary shareholder meeting on Thursday, and then of course again from the CAOs as well. So I think there's still some water to go under this bridge before we settle on a course there.
Okay. All right, I had Councillor Mackay up next, and then Councillor Watkins.
Great, thanks. A lot of my questions have been asked. Thank you, Malcolm. Great job. You're not just a pretty face.
I've been called a lot of things, Councillor, but never a pretty face.
So, I mean, you talked about the regional economic benefit, and certainly, I mean, the numbers are staggering when you look at the ones that you've just presented us. So why isn't the provincial government and the federal government contributing and recognizing the threat that the Edmonton region is under?
I think historically, federal governments and provincial governments don't get involved in this type of offsets. This is traditionally a municipal, and we've got lots of historical examples of this because we've used it previously in the past, right, to get some of the cargo flights here as well as other flights. It would be the advocacy that we've done so far has really been focused on trying to leverage once we've got something going. And so you know, there's a formal letter going into the province to try and leverage the work that's being done at the municipal level. So it will be complementary too. But what we're trying not to do is tie it to it, because we think if we don't get this up and running soon, because we've had about 15 months of advocacy and conversation, that as I indicated, they're booking flights now into 2023. And if we're not on the docket, we're gonna it's even going to take us more time to recover than we're envisioning now, given where we are today.
So I don't know the airport business at all. So, I mean, without getting into the competitive strategies that you warned us about, like, how does this work? Like what do you, like, I'm just not familiar with it. So how do we, as a region, take your $15 million and turn it into gates? Like, how does that work?
Do you want to go in camera for that one?
Well, if it's in camera, then I don't need to know that. I mean, because I don't need to know that level of detail. I just don't know the business. So I'm trying to say, you got the $15 million. I mean, maybe picking up a little bit on Councillor Jolly's question is where's the benefit back? I mean, is it direct dollars or is it I guess I just don't know the business. So
Maybe I can address that a little bit, Councillor. Is first of all, just at the outset, is the money doesn't get expended unless we get the flight. So we need to get the flight, and then the benefits. Each of the flight, as I think Malcolm mentioned before, is a wide body flight twice a week generates like 30 million in economic impact, and it's cargo and passenger. Like a lot of the e-commerce growth that we've seen, that's been our one bright spot through COVID, is the growth in cargo, 8.5% growth. I think it's 20% down in Vancouver Airport. But that e-commerce generates lots of business for lots of communities, and the flights generate lots of jobs that get spread out throughout everywhere. And then those people in those jobs are hopefully creating revenue for the municipalities that they live in. And then to your direct question around airlines, is what airlines need is that startup funding to make these decisions on these aircraft are like $150 million aircraft, and they need to cover their startup costs, and it's everything from hiring staff to fuel to generating the impact. And of course the business community will help because they'll generate the seats on the flight as well, we hope, with the visitor economy. So it gets a little bit more complex than that, but that's the basics. Is we're, again, not a hub, so we have to really try extra hard to make sure that flights that are viable here, that they're here and don't go somewhere else.
Yeah, and that'll be my last question. And I mean, certainly Halifax, Ottawa, Winnipeg. I'm just thinking of other ones off the top of my head. I guess the ones that are in the top 10. Are they doing something similar, or is everybody are we trying to race ahead to get access to these flights before they? I mean, each one of the regions has probably got different issues, but is this something we're competing against these other hubs, or not hubs, other airports?
We absolutely do compete with other hubs, and this is a global business as well. So this is important for airlines. And by the way, I should say that having the region together on this as much as possible, that is also almost as important as the commitment, is knowing it's really kind of a 2-for-1, because that will be very impressive to the airlines that our region understands how important these air pipelines are, both for cargo and passenger flights.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Mayor. So the amount that people pay is based on population and assessment. Is that correct? That's the model.
That is the current model. Yes.
And what I'm struggling with a bit is it seems like, St. Albert has a really large population, and we're like the farthest away from the airport, being 40 kilometers away from the airport, as opposed to somebody like Leduc County, who would probably have a smaller population and a smaller assessment, but are really close to the airport. So it's very easy to see economic benefit to somebody like Leduc in the way of jobs and everything else and business and infrastructure, but it's kind of hard to see the economic impact to St. Albert because we're so far away. Maybe you could just comment more on how it's going to help us economically as compared to somebody like Leduc County or somebody who's a lot closer.
So if I may, one of your primary goals is to try and create your balance between commercial and residential tax base. And so one of the best ways to do that, obviously, is to attract new businesses into your community. And one of the first questions businesses always ask when they're coming to a new region is, how do we connect? And if we're unable to connect directly, then they will go to places where they can connect more directly, because time is money, as you know. So that's an important factor to note, that part of the reason why this region is attractive is because prior to COVID, our airport was growing. I think it was the fastest growing airport in Canada in terms of passenger traffic, because of the attractiveness of the talent pool that we have here. And one of the changes you'll see that's been shifting and accelerated through COVID is, people used to say, you know, talent will move to where the job is. Well, actually, jobs are moving to where the talent is. And with 130,000 of people in post-secondary and, you know, 20 to 30,000 of them graduating every single year, what companies are very interested in is setting up where the talent pool is, and also, quite frankly, where the cost of living is quite affordable. Of the top 6 economies in Canada, we're the only ones that still pay less than 30% of our net income on housing. Now, I know that's not for everybody, but generally speaking, we are still one of the most affordable places in Canada in the top tier to live. And so our quality of life is pretty spectacular. So when you put the assets of talent, quality of life, and then add innovation that goes on here because of the educated workforce, we've really got a set of parameters that I think are quite enticing to the investor. And direct flights are an important part of that value proposition.
Thank you. And the money that are collected, the $12 million, those are going to be managed by Edmonton Global. Is that the case? Funds are managed by Edmonton Global?
That is correct. And part of the reason is because, is because you've already got a structure in place that has accountabilities back to the shareholders, which St. Albert is one. So thank you very much. So it just will, I think it's a transparent, accountable, and creates, you know, I think some assurance that you've got a system that you've already trusted in that will continue to provide that same level of visibility and transparency on these financials.
And how do airlines make decisions on where they fly to initially? Like they're going to the 4 hubs and we're trying to get them to come here. So how do they make a decision on whether to come here or not?
Maybe Myron, I'll turn that question over to you for more specifics. And is that something that we need to do in camera, or depending on what your answer is going to be in terms of how specific we get?
I can stay high level. There's a myriad of decision factors that the airlines look at. A large one, as Tom mentioned earlier, is the fact is their community support. That community support means as much as the airport coming to talk to them. So community support is very important. Is there business community support, which you heard Malcolm speak to, the fact that the Chambers of Commerce have all gotten together, as well as trade associations, to drive and use the flights. So that's the second component. And the third is that flight sustainable? Beyond initially getting it set up to start and helping to reduce the risk as they move a mobile asset into a new community, is the flight sustainable? And we won't partner on a route unless the route is sustainable in the long term. So that's the kind of, I'll say there's other criteria, but that's high level criteria for public.
Okay. So it seems like probably the sustainability is probably the most important thing. And it you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the strategy here is to assemble you know, millions of dollars and then help to offset what I heard was startup costs, to encourage the airline to start a route. And those startup costs would include such things as staff and fuel. Is that correct?
It's just picture any business that would be starting up a major business. It's those initial startup costs. There's marketing costs, anything related to starting up, and again, these are big investments for airlines. So we're covering off a relatively an important percentage, but overall they're going to have, you know, tens of millions of dollars of costs overall to start up these flights, and we need to be there for them. Again, we're not a major hub. They need to be sustainable, as Myron mentioned, so they need to be something that we can support long term.
But I guess my question is how are like the upstart, like subsidizing startup costs of, you said staff and fuel, and then it seems like we're going to have to encourage business to use these flights, and if they don't use these flights, then they will be taken away. Is that correct?
These flights are generally, for sure, we go out to the chambers and the business communities to make sure that they're sustainable. We've done a lot of work to know, you know, what the flight patterns are, because we already know. Let me give you a small example. We know of a flight, let's say that now we have Edmontonians and people in our municipalities around Edmonton that are flying and not going direct. So we have that information. It's so important that once we know a flight's viable, to go after a direct flight, because site selectors and other people that are looking to bring business into our region are looking for direct flights. And we have businesses in our region now that are thinking about leaving because there aren't as many direct flights. And so these direct flights are the lifeblood in many ways of the attraction of these businesses.
And the startup costs, we could be covering startup costs, did somebody say, for 2 to 3 years?
Yes.
And when are we going to know the effectiveness of this program? So if we're covering startup costs for 2 to 3 years, is it going to take us 2 to 3 years before we know if this is working?
I'll start by saying no, because there will be no investment until we have a contract that says there's a flight starting.
Okay.
So we're de-risking the investment by ensuring that there is a contractual arrangement to say that there will be a flight that is now scheduled to come into our airport that will support into, you know, wherever it's going to, whatever market is that we're looking at, targeting, to be able to showcase that, you know, no money released until there's a contract in place or an equivalent in place.
And that agreement would be something, like I say, at a high level, would be something of we will subsidize X, Y, and for a certain period of time, as long as you continue to have a flight here for a certain period of time at a certain regularity, something like that. But there's a commitment on our part to give them the money, and there's a commitment on their part to continue to flight for a certain period of time.
Correct. There will be criteria around each one of them, and depending on the nature of the flight, and there's a whole series of things that go into it, but generally, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Great. Any more questions, Councillor Hughes? You haven't had an opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the big thing I see here is that we can't do direct flights outside of the country till the federal government gets rid of those restrictions. I mean, it doesn't matter how much time you promote it or offer to subsidize it or anything, until the federal government says they're not going to put those restrictions and say it's only coming in at 4 airports. All of this is for nothing. So, but at the same time, once that they remove the restrictions, I'm not quite sure why the flights wouldn't come back. Like all airlines are there to make money and to deal with the demand. So when I look at, has there been something stated that if we don't offer to subsidize the airlines to have them come back, that they won't?
The difficulty is that first of all, COVID certainly affected the airlines' bottom line, no different than it's affected airport, and I'm sure the municipalities are feeling that as well. But the fact that all the flights have been consolidated into those big 4 hubs right now is airlines will naturally try to fill out those hubs, and then we'll have more connecting flights into hubs if we don't help induce them to come back here for the direct flights that we know are so important. So initially it's more of a recovery to get these flights back. And then in years 2 and 3, it becomes more of an opportunity for growth. And I should say that these direct flights are also important because they help us be at least the start of a hub. To an example would be, you know, our flights to Yellowknife, to be able to, there's a flight to Yellowknife now that goes through Calgary. If that starts in Calgary, flight that Edmonton Yellowknife, we hub through that. And where the bulk of this business though is going to be initially through looking for, let's say, transborder flights to come back, as well as European flights, but just picking those targeted flights that will help us get more direct flights and become the beginnings of a hub over time.
But have they actually indicated that they require this subsidy from each airport to get them to come? Because, I mean, if I'm looking at an airline, I've just been hammered for the past 15 months with very little help from the feds, unless you're Air Canada. And so you have to look at efficiencies before you can expand out, because they're just trying to get their feet back on the ground here and get people to use them in any capacity. So they have restrictions from the federal government. Now they have to worry about efficiencies, and then they're going to be looking at expansion as people start flying more. I mean, that's just an obvious natural progression. So have they actually said, we require you to subsidize our operations or we won't come? Because right now they can't come, but assuming when they can come, which we have no idea that date is going to be.
If I could start, Councillor, there's a couple things there I think that are important to note. Is one, we want to be in the driver's seat. And if we're a feeder into these other things, then we're dependent. And I'll just give an example. My daughter took almost 8 hours to get back to Toronto from Edmonton, because she had to feed into Calgary, wait around in Calgary to be able to then catch a flight. You want to go to Kelowna, you got to go to Vancouver and then go into Kelowna. And so we want to be in the driver's seat, because we want to be able to enable the business activities that we want, as well as the community activities that we need to be able to drive the outcomes that this community is looking for. And I think that's important. And the other thing I think that Tom mentioned, which I thought was very appropriate, is the difference between servicing a hub. So for an airline that have already got the infrastructure in place, it's much easier to add a second, third, or fourth flight into that hub because they've got the infrastructure. We have had to close most of that infrastructure down because we've lost these flights. So just think about pre-clearance of customs, U.S. customs that we have here right now. And if we lose that ability, we won't be doing pre-clearance here, or we'll have a very limited access to pre-clearance. So when you think about ease of travel and ease of movement, it's not just the airline, it's all those tertiary industries as well that sort of facilitate the movement of goods, people, and services around this country. So that's part of the reason why when we're not a natural hub, it's important that we help create the conditions for them to come back in a sustainable way that then drives these outcomes.
And they've indicated that if we didn't subsidize them, that they were not planning to come back?
As indicated pre-COVID, these were the tool sets that we used to use to be able to entice new direct flights here in certain cases, depending on what we were trying to get to. So it is a common practice, and COVID has really created us. We're behind the power curve, and we've got a bit of a bow wave to make up.
So this is what you were doing before, but now you don't have the money to do it, and you're looking for the municipalities to contribute. Is that what I'm hearing?
This is what really we're trying to drive the flights where the business community needs the flights, and that's really what this is all about, to create economic impact for our region.
When do you plan to implement this? Because again, the federal government has limited all flights in and out of the country to those 4 hubs, which obviously make it naturally everything's going through there. I get it's inconvenient, but the feds are the ones who are doing this. So when do you actually plan to implement this?
As soon as the restrictions get lifted by the federal government. But as I indicated, we want to be ready to go right away. And right now, airlines are planning in 2022, 2023, and we're not on the docket. So part of this will start to entice them to put us into their planning. So when the federal government does remove the restrictions to start traveling, we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
And I would assume those conversations between the EIA and those airlines are already occurring. Is that true? Everybody's just waiting for the restrictions to be lifted.
That's what we're waiting for as Malcolm mentioned, to the tool sets so that we can begin that planning with the airlines.
Okay. Does the airport in Wood Buffalo have customs that do they take international flights?
Myron?
They do have customs at a period of time. It gets service from Edmonton.
Okay. So somewhat in competition with EIA at certain times. All right. Oh, Councillor Hanson, go ahead. Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Sorry.
No, I was just resting my hand. Sorry, that wasn't good. Sorry.
Okay. All right. I see no more hands up, and I heard that you have a 4:30 with Mornville, same conversation. So I'll close this off with a thank you. Both Kevin and I mean, I think you know from my comments that the first shareholders discussion on this was hesitancy, and it was hard for Kevin and I to sell this to our council when we were hesitant ourselves. So I appreciate you coming and help sell this business case to the council. We will have a vote, not today, but on June 21st. It's our next council meeting, so we will have a vote on whether we're supporting this or not. And I will see you guys all on this Thursday for further conversations with the shareholders. So thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks. All right, council, it's 4:30, 4:23. What's next? Back to the agenda.
It's utility relief grant, Mayor.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't. Okay, let's take a quick break. Well, let's take 15 minutes. That'll give you guys a chance to stretch, use the washrooms, have something to eat, because we have a public hearing at 5. So we'll take a 15-minute break if that's okay with you. And then we'll try to get some of this done before the public hearing at 5.
Back at 5:40?
4:40.
I mean 4:40? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Thanks. Yep.
Okay, see you then.
Sorry, Mayor. No, they decided not to do anything with it.
You're not on mute.
Cheryl, we can hear you. Hey guys, thanks for coming back. Everyone here? Councillor Watkins, Councillor Broadhead. Ray and Wes, are you with us? Give them a couple more secs. There's Wes. Ray, you with us? Well, let's start. We'll just mark him absent for the first little bit. Okay, so we are, I think, on 7.5, which is a time extension request for single-use items. And, oh, Ray's with us. Good. Okay, that was on consent. So the motion was that a deadline extension for the following item be approved. Single-use items work plan extended to Q2 of 2022. 7.6 was also on consent, which was a time extension for the front back residential combined units and other planning topics to Q4 of 2022, because we're going to incorporate that into the land use bylaw review project. And 7.7 was on consent, which is another time extension for non-St. Albert-based community group funding recommendations. And we extended that to September 30th, 2021. And finally, 7.8 was also on consent, which is the resolution to remove a designation of reserve sites at 53 and 81 Salisbury Ave. And we are setting a public hearing date for July 5th, 2025. So moving on to 7.9, which is utility relief grants. Natalie, you pulled this off. So do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, thank you. So I sent that out earlier. Just my question is, why is it restricted to people over 18? I'm thinking of, you know, the 16, 17-year-olds who are living on their own and possibly low income.
Who's answering that one?
I can probably jump in because I was involved with this one when we originally set it up. Actually, I'm not even sure why it was specifically restricted to that. To be honest with you, that would be something that we could probably easily change in the program rules. Yeah, that was the way it was set up originally, and I'm not sure necessarily if there was any specific rationale for including that or excluding under 18.
Councillor Mackay really wants to answer my question. I don't know, Mayor.
Yeah, no, I'll let Councillor Mackay go now.
It's not that I might not answer it. I guess it would be whether a clarification, because a lot of, for the situation that you identified, perhaps an individual under the age of 18 who is being housed in affordable housing may be working with Child Intervention Services and is under a support and financial assistance agreement, which would be impacted by any other access to grants. So, I mean, certainly there are some ramifications if you were to be involved in somebody with advanced, or pardon me, Advancing Futures grant, which impacts their CRA, or you have potentially Supports for Independent Living, which is impacted again by other grants. So you would have to be kind of cautious as to whether or not you would be specifically creating maybe one-offs. Yes, there are perhaps a under 18 age individual that was out on their own without supports from the government, but you might run into some challenges if they are under some sort of agreement through the provincial government through child intervention. So you just have to kind of be cautious about what you're doing around that. And I don't see Katrina on here, or I'd ask for her kind of thoughts on that.
So I guess my follow-up question, Diane, it sounds like there's no, and I understand Councillor Mackay that they might not want to apply for the grant, but we're not intentionally wanting to block minors from accessing this grant if it's helpful.
Yeah, that's just a comment, Councillor Jolly.
Well, no, it's a question. So it's like, if we're intentionally trying to block young people, then I'd be interested in the reason why. But if we're not, I would absolutely like to see that removed.
My recollection would just be that it was not intentional.
So there's no council policy. So would this just be something internal that can be fixed, or would we need a council motion to remove that requirement?
I'm just wondering, Diane, would this be tied at all to the core needs income threshold? Like, was there some criteria around that because they wanted over 18, Canadian citizen, permanent resident? I'm just wondering if there's some criteria there that maybe stipulated it had to be 18 and over.
We had just used that. The
Yeah.
core needs threshold was just a threshold that we were using for assessing income, and there's nothing tied to that specifically. So those were
Okay.
just parameters that we internally had come up with and presented to council. But as like I said, as far as I recall, there was no specific intent to exclude. So sorry. So I would suggest we had a council motion if you wanted to change that, just to provide that clear direction.
Okay, thank you. Would an IR be helpful kind of beforehand, just to clarify that that's not there intentionally?
Might be a good idea for us just to understand the ramifications too, just even with what Councillor Mackay had said about, potential impacts on other grants and that kind of stuff as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, thanks. And just to follow up on Ken Mackay, I did sit on Children and Family Services for 7 years, and it's always up to the age of 18, and they can access funding through the provincial government. And so, I think an IR would be really important to find out whether this would impede their ability to get proper funding from a program that's already set up for housing that goes to 18. And it was always a bone of contention sitting on that board that actually the gap existed between 18 and 21. That they were looked after until 18, but it was that after graduation where they were really lost. So we could be duplicating a service by including under 18, but I would be interested to know that, and would not want to negatively affect somebody who is 16 or 17 in getting the right supports, and not only just grant money, but the other kinds of supports that go along with children's services. So I just think we need to be careful about that so that it works out for them the best way it can at the end of the day.
So I'm seeing, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Mayor Hearn. One other question with the administration: is the community village still the ones administering this program, or are we taking it over?
The community village does still administer the program. We just kind of work in conjunction with them to coordinate to get those grants to the residents.
So are we paying them or giving them grant money to administer it then? Because there's no mention of that in these motions.
We do have an administration fee that is paid towards the community village for that, yeah.
So that would be a permanent, like that should be one of the motions then, wouldn't it be? Or how are we handling the finances on that? And how much is it?
So it would be, if this was a permanent service level, we would be building in the cost, the admin cost to fund the project going forward. The exact admin cost, I don't have on hand. I would have to look into.
Okay, because for some reason I feel like it's $40,000. Like I feel like it's a lot, but I could be.
No, it's definitely not that high. But again, yeah, for the exact cost, I'd have to look into it. But
if I can just jump in, I think I'm almost 100% sure we changed it from the original program so that we weren't paying them a flat fee, and it's based on a percentage of the grant, and I believe it's at either 17 or 18%. Which is kind of consistent to the way we came up with that. Is that's the city split between administrative departments and front-facing departments is about that 17 or 18% kind of administration. So that's what we set it up on.
So is the 24,000 to include the amount we plan to do as administration fee as well? Because I'm looking at the previous years were around 20-ish, sometimes less. So 20% of that would be around 24, or that would be about 28, but I'm just wondering, like, is the admin fee included in this? Or?
Yes, the admin fee is included in the 24,000 put forward for the budget.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, so I'm having a sense that we can do a time extension today, and then Councillor Jolly, you're going to follow up with an IR.
Yeah, I've already sent that.
Okay, all right. Do you want to put the motion on the floor for the time extension?
I can. That a deadline extension for the following item be approved. Time extension request. Oh, sorry. Renee, can you tell me what the motion is?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. 1 second.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It's a big package. So that the following postponed motion be approved, that the utility relief grant program become a permanent service level effective January 1, 2022, with a base budget to be set at 24,000 and to be funded through utility rates, and that any unused funds from the initial $200,000 approved by council be uncommitted within the stabilization fund at the end of 2021.
All right, anything to add to that?
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. That is unanimous. All right. Good stuff. Okay. Can we get through the insurance renewal thing in 8 minutes, people? We have a lot of questions. Okay, let's try to get that one done. Dari, do you have a presentation?
No, it's just verbal, and I'll try to be quick and then
Okay.
let council ask any questions that you may have.
Okay, go ahead.
So the purpose of this report is to obtain council approval for the use of the financial reserve to cover additional costs associated with city insurance program. When we budgeted for 21, we increased budget by 20% in anticipation of increased premiums due to changing insurance market. What we did not anticipate was a drastic change in the city's property limits, specifically a reduction in the limit of loss coverage. And obtaining the same level of coverage as prior years is presently unaffordable. We're recommending the purchase of an additional 100 million excess layer to ensure adequate coverage is in place should a loss occur to city-owned buildings. This would increase the property limit from 100 million to 200. We do not currently have funds approved for this in our operating budget. We're still working through adjustments and impacts on other insurance premiums that have also seen an increase. Using money from the reserve at this time would avoid impact on tax increase. It will also help us address the level of loss coverage until we see if this is permanent change in the insurance market. If this becomes permanent, we would adjust our base budget in future years. Our insurance broker is anticipating that insurance rates will begin to level off over the next 12 months, with rates beginning to soften and insurance market capacity returning. We will monitor these trends closely and spend money from the reserve only as absolutely necessary. So just to provide a bit of information related to insurance market that led to these changes, in the last quarter of 2019 and early 2020, Canada was rapidly moving into its current hard market cycle that consumers haven't experienced in nearly 20 years. Hard market conditions occur when insurers experience poor underwriting results from paying out high claims and their related costs in mainly property and casualty lines of coverage, where premiums rates and investment income are not sufficient to offset claims. In Alberta alone, property losses were in excess of 20 billion in recent years due to Calgary's flood and hailstorm and Fort Mac's wildfire and recent flooding. In order to return to profitability, insurance companies have had to increase rates and premiums and raise deductibles. Their risk appetite in this market became much more selective, capacity shrunk, and certain classes and in some cases disappeared completely. And then COVID happened, and that basically kept this hard insurance market. So government and municipal risks have not been immune to these increases. Once viewed as attractive risk to insure has changed due to poor underwriter losses in this sector. In addition, a number of insurers have stopped insuring municipal risk, with other insurers reducing their capacity, which puts additional strain on those insurers who continue to offer their support. Currently, there are less than a dozen A-rated insurance companies left in Canada insuring government and municipal risk. Municipalities are experiencing minimum rate and premium increases of 20%, with many increasing their deductibles to help offset their premium costs. The city has also increased deductibles for property from $100,000 to $500,000 in order to manage the cost associated with property coverage. Looking at the property values, so the basis of settlement in the event of an insurable claim for city buildings, any contents, contractors' equipment, and fine art is on replacement cost basis. So therefore, values reported to the insurance each year is at the renewal must represent today's replacement value. So to ensure that we keep up to date on our building appraisals, we do appraisals annually with rotating schedules so that we have all appraisals done within 2 and 3 years. So upon completion of the 2020 building appraisals, there has been a significant increase in the city's property values, approximately 17%. The building value for Service Place alone increased by approximately 32 million, accounting for the majority of the increases for those building appraised in 2020. So the unfortunate result was that the city experienced a significant property premium increase due to the current hard market, coupled with the increase in city values. Administration will continue to work with our insurance broker to monitor changes in the market and to identify any other potential actions that can be taken to maintain and or reduce the cost of the insurance premiums through proactive approach to risk management and claims reduction where possible. We will explore also opportunities for self-insurance for some policies that may have more cost-effective options when self-insured. As mentioned before, we're asking Council to approve the use of the financial reserve for up to $200,000 to cover these additional costs that we do not anticipate. And now I can answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Councillor Mackay's got his hand up.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I'll be quick. I appreciate it. So are we, just from a trend perspective, are we seeing a similar, and maybe Marta might have to jump in. So our property insurance premiums have gone up. Are our other risk profiles, are they going up too?
Yes, we're seeing increase all across, and it's mostly due to current market. Our loss is actually pretty good. We're getting some benefits from minimal claims that we put against our insurance. So this is purely market.
So this coverage, this withdrawal will only cover our property insurance, but are we expecting you to come back and ask for other increases in relation to our other risks?
Hopefully not. We did, as I mentioned, put in 20% increase. We're just working through with our insurance broker to make necessary adjustments and to see what the difference is. But we're hoping that we don't have to. But yes, this is just to increase the loss limit should something happen to one of our buildings.
And so we go through a private insurance broker then?
Yes, we have contract with Aon, and right now we just extended, I believe, early last year, and we're with them until 2024. So they go to market, and for each policy, they look for a best deal for us.
Okay. I was wondering, Mayor, is this something that AUMA is looking at? I know through, what is the other arm of AUMA? Is there something that this...
AMSC, yeah, we provide insurance to municipalities.
Yeah, so is this something that they're experiencing too?
I don't sit on the AMSC board, so I'm not quite sure.
You know everything, you should know.
Yeah, I sat on the board for like 1 year, but insurance and benefits is a complicated conversation.
Very complicated. And the AUMA insurance is set up differently. City of St. Albert was with AUMA, and we ended that contract in 2008, I believe. And we were able to get significant savings. So we would have to look more into their program, but...
I'll have somebody call you, Daria.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm sure you know somebody. All right, thank you very much.
Well,
I appreciate
the the revenue from the AMSC side does fund AUMA, so.
Sounds good.
Be a salesman
I was
for-
trying to find some information, but it's challenging because it's not the bucket that we can
Oh.
go and look, right? Like each insurance
is it
is
me?
separate.
Yeah.
Right, thanks.
Can I get you to make the motion, Councillor Mackay? Because I see no more hands up.
Sure. I would be happy to. That council approved the withdrawal of up to $200,000 from the financial reserve risk management to cover increase in property insurance premiums to ensure proper insurance coverage for 2021 and 2022. And I don't have any opening comments.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments, questions? My internet is unstable, so unmute and go if you do.
You're delayed, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Just maybe
All right.
shut your picture down temporarily.
Yeah. I was just saying my internet's unstable, so if you have any comments, please unmute and go, but I'm not hearing anything, so I'll just call for the vote. So all in favor? Everyone's in favor and my hand is up behind my video, so that's unanimous. So I'm gonna try it again. Okay. We need to move on to our public hearing, which is agenda item 9.1. Thank you, Daria. Which is
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks. So this is bylaw 36 for 2021, which is an amendment to the land use bylaw to redistrict 23B Aikens Drive to DC. So I will open the public hearing with my bang. And Adrian, do you have a presentation?
I do, Mayor. I'm just going to start it up now. Fingers crossed this time.
Toes across too, Adrian.
Here we go.
Are we sharing?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
And you're even in presentation mode, so Ken will be happy.
Fired right into it. You betcha.
All right,
So,
take it away.
thank you, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of this item tonight is to consider Council's consideration of a redistricting of a portion of 23B Aikens Drive from the neighborhood commercial district to direct control. The redistricting to direct control would enable application for an accessory use, in this case, a patio of a maximum size of 10.5 meters by 6 meters, or approximately 4 parking spaces within city and provincial requirements, which would include permission of property owner, adequate egress, ingress, meeting noise bylaw requirements, AGLC approvals if there's liquor involved, etc. Patios have been identified by local restaurants and drinking establishments in the city as one way to mitigate capacity restrictions due to COVID. So this slide is just the location of the property in discussion tonight. The star represents Suite 110 of 23B Aikens Drive, which the suite is locally known as LB's Pub, located within the Appleyard Square Mall. Location is surrounded by other commercial uses as well as low density and medium density residential. The districting for 23B Aikens Drive is neighborhood commercial. The purpose of the neighborhood commercial district is to provide services to the immediate neighborhood. The existing C1 district does not allow drinking establishments, and therefore LB's Pub, which is a drinking establishment, is a legal non-conforming use, which means that it cannot be expanded and it is not allowed to have accessory developments such as a patio. Redistricting the property to DC would remove that legal non-conforming status and allow application for an accessory use. So public engagement notification was mailed to all property owners within 100 meters of 23B Aikens Drive, as well as noticed in the Gazette. Administration has received one email opposed or voicing concerns with the redistricting as it relates to already existing noise from LBs and the potential for greater noise if a patio is enabled. And administration received one email in support of the redistricting. As you'll note in your package, the initial proposal or first reading was for an initial proposal to redistrict the entire 23B property to direct control. Following first reading, upon additional consultation with the legal department, it was determined that limiting the redistricting further would have the least potential impact to other tenants of Appleyard Square. And so that's what you see here. So rather than redistrict the entire property, the MGA does enable council to redistrict an area. So in this case, the area would be specified as 110 23B Aikens Drive, which is the LB's pub tenant space. And that is all that I have for presentation. Is there anything that, any questions that I can answer?
Sure, there probably is. I'll start off with Adrian, just a thank you. I mean, council is pretty adamant that we do our very best to allow for patios in the whole city. And you've done your best, and this was a especially difficult one given the circumstances. So I appreciate this expediency with which this was brought forward. So I saw some hands. Who wants to go first? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Hey, Adrian, how you doing? So when it says there's going to be 4 parking spaces, how many tables do we anticipate that would allow because of the distancing and stuff? Or
Councillor Hughes, I don't know the number of tables. What we did when we proposed a maximum size is we looked at what the other restaurants and drinking establishments were asking for their patio size. And the typical patio, the maximum ask was about 4 parking stalls. So that's why we recommended this amount. I don't know what that count would be, to be honest with you.
so the sidewalk around it wouldn't be the patio, it would just be the 4 parking stalls. Is that correct? Because there's going to be a space and there'll be the door.
Yeah, so
sidewalk, patio.
Depending on how it is, if there's going to be alcohol served, then it would need to meet AGLC requirements, and they would need to have appropriate, I guess, appropriate fencing around the site. So they either have to allow access through the patio and have adequate, or allow access through the sidewalk and have a restricted area of those parking spaces, or they would run like a temporary sidewalk around. I would suspect in this case it would be that they would just limit the use area to those 4 parking stalls.
Okay. And so one of the concerns when we allow this is about the noise issues. So when they have the patio, are they now, it's not a very big area, right? And so and the patio is basically the entire area that they can expand, or is it the patio? Because we're saying it's the patio and the sidewalk, so you actually get a bit more space then, right? Because if they get the sidewalk as well and add it to the patio,
yeah.
Be a bit bigger. I guess what I'm asking is the live music. Would this allow them to put live music outside?
I guess so. There's one. This is a direct control district, which means council can provide direction. So if there is a concern by council that there would be live music outside, council could, and maybe David LaFleur could correct me on this, but I believe that council could also stipulate that in addition to maximum size, that no live music be allowed in the patio area.
I don't know if David's here.
David's
sorry,
not
Martha.
here. David's not here, but Adrian's
Sorry, Martha.
right. That's okay. David's right, or Adrian's right.
Okay, so but right now there is no stipulation about the live music, correct?
There is no stipulation either way in this case. The only thing that would apply would be the noise bylaw.
So and that's 11 o'clock. So after 11 p.m., even if they had music, they'd have to turn it off, right?
That would be my understanding, yes.
And then who would the people, if let's say they didn't, I don't know what's going to happen, but let's say they didn't, you're over here now on my screen. Okay. Who would they complain to? Because one of the problems I hear from people is that when there's issues with noise, it goes to the bylaw, but bylaw is available as a 7 a.m. and finishes at 5 or 6 p.m. or something of that nature. And so there's no one to complain to. So would the RCMP come out then and deal with it?
I see Aaron is there, so I'll let him answer that question.
Hi, Councillor Hughes. So yeah, if it's a noise infraction after our municipal enforcement officers are working, that goes to our RCMP dispatch, and then the RCMP would prioritize that matter. If they've got, depending on what other calls they have going on and criminal stuff that's happening, they'll prioritize and go there as soon as they can. I think noise violations in drinking establishments is not a super high priority, but it's not uncommon to happen in some of the places that we have. So I think the RCMP would respond appropriately.
Okay. Has the owner indicated what if this was granted, if they plan to continue the patio after the restrictions are completely lifted? Because there's a potential that we may not have any restrictions at all by the end of the month. Cross your fingers, right? So, like I know initially this was brought forward, we didn't know how long these restrictions were going to last when this was first being discussed. But has the owner indicated, like, if they do plan to put live music in there, and how long they plan to keep the patio as a patio if the restrictions are lifted? Have they told you anything in the event that this did pass?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So my understanding is that a request for a patio has come up numerous times in the past, and they have not, the owners of LBs have not been able to operate a patio because of their legal non-conforming status. By doing this, with this approval as worded, it would enable a patio for the calendar year 2021. And at such time as the year expired, then they would be required to come back for further approvals. But my understanding would be if they put in a patio that they would intend to use it for the remainder of the year, yes.
So even if the restrictions are lifted, they'll still be using the patio is what you're telling me?
That's my understanding. I don't know if the owners are on or not, but that would be my understanding, yes.
And I'm not sure who I talked to. It may not be you, Adrian, you might be off the hook, but if we wanted to put the wording in about the live music or some kind of restriction about how loud the live music could be or something like that, I don't know where or how that would go in there. So I'm wondering who would know what kind of, Marta, oh good, you flipped on. I'm assuming it's you. What kind of wording we would need to have in there and where, because it's not obvious.
So the fifth motion there talks about the issuance of a development permit, and there's a stipulation in there already that the patio size is limited, so we could add a further stipulation in there related to noise or live music at council's discretion, because this would be a DC district.
Okay. I'm wondering if there's, I'm not sure how to do the wording on that, because I'm looking for help on the wording. Not like right now, but if you could email it or something, and then, or if I need to do it, if you want me to do it, I can try to put something together. But I'm thinking we should have a debate on that topic, just so that we have some consensus on that one area. I think that's it for questions. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. Thinking about the drinking establishments around St. Albert, some passed. I'm thinking of O'Malley's, which isn't there anymore. What was the other one I was thinking? Crown and Tower. They all have music, live music on the inside. And I have never, ever seen live bands come outside onto patios, like pre-COVID or anything like that. So I just wonder, I realize that LB's is in a neighborhood, but I'm just wondering why we think live music is going to be coming out onto the patio, and wouldn't it just normally stay on the inside, but people could enjoy a beverage sitting on the patio outside. So I'm trying to understand the rationale, because there's more drinking establishments that have live music than just LBs.
So I don't know if
I-
anyone's assuming that's going to happen. It's just a preventative measure, I would say.
I just think, you know, so let's put a restriction on LBs. I'm just wondering if we're just, you know, we're going to just have so many rules in place where I think a noise bylaw is going to work. I mean, if people are going to complain because they're too noisy, well, there's a noise bylaw. So I guess I wouldn't be in favor of that at this point in time, because I think they're responsible owners. And I think it would be irresponsible of us to think that they're not responsible owners. So we're trying to help them out.
All right, I've got Councillor Jolly, then Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. I would just really briefly comment that the only time I've known of an outdoor patio live music happening is when actually St. Albert resident Peter Bellick was hired to perform at Bodega in Edmonton. And he was outdoors playing the guitar, and it was appropriate for a nice quiet dinner. So that's my only experience. So I would just throw that out there, and it was lovely. So that's all.
Let's try to keep it to questions just for now, because that's a good comment. Councillor Mackay.
I'll be really quick. I mean, just to Councillor Hanson's, if you know LB, that's kind of their foundation. I mean, they have drop-in music all the time, and performers come in, and I mean, that's one of the attractions to LB's. So I mean, they may want to move that outside because they can no longer perform inside. But I guess my question is more around, once we do, if this goes ahead and we approve number 5 and we attach some restrictions to the patio development permit, is that appealable to the Development Appeal Board, Subdivision Development Appeal Board?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. So as the City Council is the development authority in this case, it is not appealable to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted clarification in relation to that.
All right, any more questions of administration? Okay, we are going to move on to the public now, and we actually did have one person register to speak. It was Michael Taylor. I'm just checking to see if Michael's with us. Michael, are you with us? I thought I saw him. Does anyone from Ledge know if Mr. Taylor's with us? Is there anyone from Ledge on?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, Cheryl.
Yeah, he was on and now he's dropped out of the meeting. I'm not sure what happened, or a connection, or but we'll let you know if he comes in, if and when he comes back in.
That'd be good, but I think, you know, without any more questions of admin, do we have any contact information for him?
Yeah, we're just looking it up right now. Okay. Yeah, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we can wait a minute or two, but
okay, thanks.
Public hearings virtually have a great opportunity, but they could be very flawed if you can't connect.
I am here, Madam Mayor. I'm having trouble with my
your internet.
Yeah.
Why don't we take 5 minutes, guys, and let Ledge see if they can contact Mr. Taylor, and if by 5:23 he's not here, then we'll have to close the public hearing and go to the motions. So come back at 5:23. Any luck, Cheryl? You might want to unmute.
I'm having issues today. So Mr. Taylor was satisfied with the director's comments, and so his concerns were addressed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. As soon as everybody gets back, I'm going to actually get you to repeat that. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Couple minutes. All right, is everyone back? Hopefully didn't go too far. Awesome. Okay, Cheryl, do you want to give that update they gave me?
Yes, I contacted Mr. Taylor, and he was satisfied with the director's response, and his concerns were addressed.
Excellent. Thank you. So we need a motion to close the public hearing. If anyone's ready to do that. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Go ahead.
Let the public hearing on bylaw 36/2021 be closed.
Awesome. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Oh, I can't see Councillor Hughes. Okay, that's unanimous. All right, Wes, are you okay with carrying on?
Sure.
Thanks.
Hey, no problem. That bylaw 36/2021 be read a second time.
Awesome. Any opening comments?
Well, the bylaw before us is just to do a zoning change and simply to allow business to flourish during this time.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. So I've been pondering about whether or not what to do about this, regardless if it passes or fails, about the music issue. And the one thing I give as consolation at this moment is that, because my concern is about the neighborhood having live music when they didn't ask for it, and having it interfere with the ability of their ability to enjoy their property because they didn't ask for that music because it's not contained within the walls. But this is a 1 year, basically like a pilot, right? So in the event that they had issues with the neighbors, then I suspect that it would probably not be renewed. Would be
Okay,
what
Councillor Hughes, I'm just going to let you know we are voting on the DC redistricting, not what the development permit looks
I'm
like.
talking about the fact that we're leaving it as it is. Like I'm not going for the motion because I think that what we're doing here is a bit of a trial, is what I'm trying to say, and that they will be aware that they are in a neighborhood, and so therefore any issues that may reside, I'm expecting that they would be motivated to really be sensitive to the fact that they're in a neighborhood outside. So that's why I'm feeling more comfortable about saying go ahead with it and not put other restrictions in, is what I'm trying to say, Mayor
Okay.
Because in the event that they were really loud and we got a lot of complaints, this is a 1 year only. So that means that they probably would not be able to get it next year because there'd be a lot more people coming to complain if they tried to get it a second year.
Okay. Just to correct you, the redistricting is permanent. The development permit.
Patio is not. Sorry.
Okay.
I got 15 different slides going on in my head.
No,
here.
it's okay. I just want to make sure everybody understands that the redistricting will stay DC until we have a council motion to change it to something else.
And the DC, that does not make them allow them have a patio indefinitely though, right?
No, that's the development permit side.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, then I'll just stop talking.
That's okay.
But it'll cover both. It's just, I think that because of this, because what we're doing is the intention to create the patio.
Yeah.
Is that I'm hoping that because of this, there will be sensitive on both sides here, because moving stuff outside can have an effect on people. But if it is quiet and that sort of thing, it will be non-intrusive. And so, but this is only being done because we're doing the DC. That's it. I'll stop talking.
All right. Anyone else want to speak to this one? I'll just add, it's not just about the patio. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for the prompt response on this and working with council and with the quick direction there to resolve this issue. And I'm sure through the development permit process that the issue of the patio will be dealt with, and just like any other outdoor use that has noise, the noise bylaw is going to cover it off just fine.
Yeah, we'll get to that in motion number 5, I think. I'd just like to point out that this not only is allowing for a patio, it's bringing an establishment into compliance. Like, I mean, it was grandfathered out of compliance, but this DC district will, permanent could allow for other alterations or changes to this business, but we don't have to come to council, but at least it brings them into compliance. So, Councillor Broadhead to close.
Nothing further, Madam.
All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Councillor Broadhead, there's a quick amendment to second reading.
Sure.
Oh, wait. Marta, did I screw up? I did.
I think everything's fine.
Okay.
You closed the public hearing, read bylaw 36/2021 a second time, and now we're on the third motion, which is in the chat.
Yeah, but don't we amend the bylaw at second reading?
Yes.
We're amending it at third reading now, because we've already passed second reading.
No, you opened up second reading and now you're going to amend it, and then
We voted on it, though.
The fourth motion.
We voted on second reading. That's my fault. Can we amend third reading?
We have in the past, Mayor Heron, we did about the face covering bylaw.
Okay.
So we're okay.
Okay.
Cheryl, do you know?
Yes, you can amend at third reading. We just recommend that you amend at second prior
I'm
to
sorry,
the vote.
that's totally my fault.
Third reading, we have amended in the past at third reading.
All right, so to do this right, I'll get Councillor Broadhead to put third reading on the floor, and then I'll turn to, oh no, actually, we don't have to do that. We can just read number 3 into the record. Wes will vote on it, and then when we get to number 4, we'll go at third reading as amended.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Jolly, hold on, Wes.
Yeah, I just have a question. So to clarify, we're voting on moving it from the whole property just to LB's Pub. Is that what this is?
That's what the next piece is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so go ahead, Wes.
Okay. That bylaw 36/2021 being amended by striking out sections 1, 2, and 3 and substituting in their place the following. 1, the land use bylaw is hereby amended. 2, that portion of the lands legally described as Plan 8220558, Block 7, Lot 37B, accepting thereout all minerals or mines and minerals, a municipality described as 23B Aikens Drive that is currently occupied by the business known as LB's Pub is redistricted to direct control. 3, Schedule A, the land use district map is amended to show that the lands described in section 2 of this bylaw as direct control district.
Awesome. Okay. So anything on this one, Wes?
Well, I actually think this is this probably puts more ease to the community than anything else, because the redistricting is quite focused to the pub itself. So I thought this was a quite elegant compromise to get this done.
Elegant. That's a nice way to say it. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I think I'm going to be the odd one out, and I'm going to vote against this amendment. We put this out at first reading. We heard no concerns. And really, this opens it up a little bit, just a teensy little bit, to get businesses in that location. Right now, there are vacancies. And I know that it's so hard for businesses right now to get things moving. And if we can loosen it up a little bit for next door to LB's Pub, I'm supportive of that, especially considering that we put this out in the public and there were zero concerns. And so those are my reasons. But again, thanks to administration for all the work on this. This was really well done.
Do you want to add to that, Adrian?
Yeah, so the one comment that I want to make, and I appreciate that, Councillor Jolly, the one comment that I want to make is when planning and legal discussed the item further, the one concern that we had was if we make the whole 23B a direct control district, the direct control district in this case allows LBs to operate as a drinking establishment, but it also means that any other development permit applications would have to be approved by council, which is why we ended up narrowing the scope a little bit. I will say that, I mean, outside of this process, the planning department does have on its books a land use bylaw rewrite. And one of those items is reconsideration of some of our commercial districts and the uses therein, which will be happening starting after council break through 22. But in this case, expanding the DC district back to all those properties would mean that any of those properties, if a new tenant came in and needed a development permit, they would have to actually go to council. So just want to raise that.
Yeah,
that's helpful. Thank you.
Anyone else on this? I'll weigh in on whether the whole thing or not. I honestly hate DC districts. I believe that the planners and the development authority have the experience and the skill set to make these determinations, and the land use bylaw is designed to keep a neighborhood area. Anyway, so I'm really not in favor. I'd like to wipe out all DC from the city, although I seem to be doing more and more DC in the city. But anyways, so I like the way this was eloquently done. Councillor Broadhead, anything to close?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Jolly's supportive, so that is unanimous. Was that right? Okay.
Yeah, Adrian changed my mind.
And okay, so now we're into third reading, but we'll say as amended. Councillor Broadhead.
Okay, that bylaw 36/2021 as amended, be read a third time.
Perfect. Yeah, it says it in there. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Seeing a bunch of shaking heads, we'll call for the vote. That is unanimous. All right, we're on the fifth one, which is really kind of around the development permit. Did you, Councillor Hughes, want to throw something in there? Or read it as is?
I'm just going to let it go as is, Mayor Herron, because like I said, I don't want to go into like the nitpickies, and I'm concerned like we could say live music, but then they could just play recorded music, and then there's decibel issues, and then I'd like, so I'm just going to leave it, and I'm just going to say I'm going to trust that the owners are just going to be sensitive to the fact they're in a neighborhood and there's no walls to block off the noise, and that they will be good neighbors with it. And if they're not, it's for 1 year, and if complaints come, it can come to council to have it revised at that time.
Okay, so do you want to put a motion on the floor?
Okay, I have to find the motion again because I have 15.
Or you can go back to Wes.
I got it.
Okay.
That upon passage of bylaw 30/6/2021 and upon receipt of an application of an authorized person for expansion of the business premises of LB's Pub to include an outdoor patio where patrons may consume alcohol beverages subject to all other city requirements and provincial approvals. Development Approval Authority is instructed to issue such a development permit valid until the end of 2021, stipulating that the outdoor patio area shall be no larger than 10.5 meters by 6 meters in dimension. Any application to renew the patio development permit after 2021 shall be brought back to council for direction at that time.
Awesome. Anything on that? Anything further, right? Anybody?
I'm hoping that they will be sensitive to the fact that they are in a neighborhood outside, and that's it. And with all of that, I think it could be very successful for us. That's it. And I have dogs.
Yep. Anyone else on this one? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you, Adrian. Lots of good work there. We're back to 8.1, which actually we have about 3 first readings. The first one is was on consent that bylaw 14, 2021 be amendment 190 to the land use bylaw be read a first time, and a public hearing for this is scheduled for July 5th. And this one was on Northridge Phase 2 redistricting. The second one was a South Real area structure plan. The motions were for bylaws 3, 2021, and which is the ASP, and 31 and 32 is the land use bylaw, both first readings, and then public hearing scheduled for July 5th. And then the last one was for the Shiro area structure plan. So this is bylaw 28, 2021. Amendment to the ASP was read a first time, and again, another public hearing for July 5th. So July 5th, we have 3 public hearings. All right, bylaw 8.4, which was the face coverings bylaw. And is Percy with us? I see him. Hi, Percy.
Hi there.
Do you have a presentation?
I do have a brief presentation.
Okay.
I'll try and screen share here for you. Hopefully you can see that now.
Yes, we sure can. Yeah.
So really what we're just going to do here is provide a bit of background on the current situation for your information, so you have that prior to discussing the face covering bylaw amendment recommendation. You just need to click forward. I'll be doing great there. So the province is currently in stage 1 of the Alberta's Open for Summer plan. Stage 3 of the plan will occur 2 weeks after 70% of Albertans 12 plus have received at least 1 vaccine dose. Stage 3 is expected to be in effect late July or late June or early July. And the province has indicated that during stage 3, all restrictions will be lifted. That includes ban on indoor social gatherings. Premier Kenney has also indicated that that'll include removal of mandatory provincial masking measures. The Chief Medical Officer of Health has also signaled that at stage 3 is the time that the province will be moving from legislative measures to voluntary measures. So existing public health measures will become recommendations rather than legal requirements under her orders at that stage. So kind of to recap, the thresholds and those are vaccination thresholds and hospitalizations for those stages. Stage 1, which we're in right now, was 50% of Albertans 12 plus receiving 1 dose of vaccine, and COVID-19 hospitalizations below 800 and declining. Stage 2, 2 weeks after 60% of Albertans age 12 plus received 1 dose of vaccine, and COVID-19 hospitalizations below 500 and declining. And that is starting June 10th. And Premier Kenney reiterated that yesterday. Stage 3 will be 2 weeks after 70% of Albertans age 12 plus have received at least 1 dose of vaccine. Since vaccines have been available and uptake has been reported, there have been increasing numbers of eligible individuals who have received their first dose of vaccine. Provincial statistics released yesterday identified that 66.7% of Albertans 12 and older are first dose vaccinated, and 14.3% of those 12 and older are fully vaccinated. St. Albert itself has been and continues to be a leader within the province in terms of vaccinations, since the province has been reporting this by municipality. Within St. Albert, yesterday, the reported numbers were 68.6% of the population vaccinated with a single dose and 19.4% fully vaccinated. So it ranked third in the province vaccinated with a single shot, and fifth of those fully vaccinated within the province. Additionally, hospitalization rates have continued to fall from the third wave peaks of 737 hospitalizations and 187 in ICU, to rates that were reported yesterday of 351 hospitalized and 94 in the ICU with COVID-19. St. Albert's face covering bylaw was originally passed on August 6th. It was amended on October 22nd to provide that face coverings include the device commonly known as a face shield. On December 21st, 2020, the bylaw was amended to suspend the bylaw while provincial mandatory masking orders are in place and remove the sunset clause from the bylaw, as well as the bylaw was to be brought back to council within 14 days of provincial orders being rescinded. Consequently, where we're at right now, the bylaw would automatically resume when CMOH orders on mandatory masking end as the province enters stage 3 of the Open for Summer plan. Regionally around the for us in looking at some of those comparators, some municipalities have bylaws that have already expired. Others have been tied to provincial watch status ending and case numbers or dates. Municipal comparators are also currently reviewing what to do in response to stage 3 openings. And, we really have the indication that from health and the CMOH that masking, physical distancing, stay at home when sick will remain recommendations when we hit that third stage. So of those other bylaws around the region, Strathcona, Beaumont, and Sturgeon counties bylaws have expired. Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and Parkland County are tied to watch status. And going off that, Fort Saskatchewan and Leduc are tied to active case numbers. And bylaws for Edmonton and Morinville are tied to expiry dates. What we've come today to do is provide a recommendation, and the recommendation is accepting a proposed amendment to the bylaw to repeal a bylaw upon entry into step 3 of the province's Open for Summer plan. And that's the end of the presentation here. If I can find my look.
Yeah, okay. So any questions of Percy? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I'm curious, once stage 3 hits, will businesses or municipalities still be able to stipulate that either their employees or members of the public have to mask while in their businesses? And I'm thinking primarily in light of the fact that the Delta variant is not particularly impacted by first doses, and it's those second doses that are important.
Well, under the provincial plan, the province has kind of indicated that measures will be disappearing at that time under health's recommendations. So that's what's being proposed at the provincial level at that point in time.
So maybe that's more of a legal question. So can a business require that someone wear a mask in their business in the absence of a health order?
I can answer that. Yes, they can, in the sense of, no mask, no business, but I'm not quite sure about the enforcement of that. And I believe, if I recall, the reason why at the beginning of the pandemic, the province didn't have a masking requirement. So the cities did it because the businesses were having trouble getting compliance with that on their own. But yes, they could do that. They could have that requirement for their staff or for people patronizing a business.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Okay, any more questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Percy, for the presentation. So basically, we're talking about continuing to follow provincial health orders. So when they say that masking is recommended but not mandatory, that's kind of where we're at, and that's going to happen at phase 3. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that would be the direct implication of that.
Okay, so I guess my only concern is that things have changed. Things have been changing quickly all the time. And I'm wondering if the recommendation isn't a little bit too prescriptive, because what happens if we get to phase 3 and there's one variable in there that isn't quite achieved, and so there becomes a stage 4 or something like that? Maybe we should be saying in this this amendment that when CMOH recommends that or mandates that masks are no longer mandatory, that's when we'll repeal ours. I guess I'm just wondering if we're hamstrung to phase 3, and then what happens if they change their minds, which it seems to have been happening for 15 months. I guess at the end of the day, I would just say when the province says that masks are no longer mandatory, that's when we follow. It might not be phase 3, maybe it'll be before phase 3 if we're lucky. So I'm just wondering about your comments there. Do you think we're secure in attaching it to phase 3? That's pretty much set in stone?
Well, it's a hard one to say, really, and the province and Premier Kenney has basically stated that at step 3 of their stage 3 of their program, they will be removing mandatory masking. Are we going to know if there's going to be a potential 4th wave with the Delta variant? Premier Kenney yesterday hinted in his press conference that there may be a small fall rise projected in COVID rates. We also know that there's a lot of vaccination happening, and St. Albert continues to be a leader in levels of vaccination across in the province, and that is also a positive factor. So is it something that you can say specifically that we have everything, but the province will be responding directly to those changes as time goes on as well?
Okay, well, thanks for that. I just want us to follow provincial guidelines whenever that may be. I do hope it's phase 3 as they've said, but it's always a changing target.
Okay, Councillor McGuy.
Yeah, I just want confirmation. So when you were going around the different municipalities, did you say Edmonton as well, what they're tied to?
Edmonton, Councillor McKay, is tied to a date, and their date is December 31st of this year.
So potentially Edmonton, regardless of what the province does, they could stick to their bylaw, or they could do what we're doing and just rescind it entirely. So basically right now, so let me just rephrase this so that I'm clear. So right now, if a province comes back with the all clear and they're going to remove their mandatory masking, Edmonton could maintain masking in Edmonton until the end of this year. Is that correct? Is that how you said that?
Yes.
Okay, and the other municipalities are pretty much tied to different variables, correct?
Correct.
So once again, we've got this potential hodgepodge of different masking. We revert back to the municipality. If the province removes its requirement and AHS or there's not a change in the medical order, then we're just basically going back to where we were when individual municipalities were responsible for determining the masking requirements. Correct? Yeah. Yep. Sorry. Thanks. Sorry. It was more of a rhetorical question. All right. I mean, so we're going back into confusion, not potential clarity. So, okay. I just wanted a clarification on that. Thank you.
Good point. Okay. Councillor Jolly.
So I guess along those same lines as Councillor Mackay, if we hit June 28th, masks are required in Edmonton, they're not required in St. Albert. How quickly can we respond if we're getting, concerned messages from our businesses, our residents, that we're getting an influx of people who are not following recommendations regarding masking because they don't want to shop in Edmonton because they don't like wearing masks. That was the concern last summer when we did this in a regional way, was that we'd get the people who don't want to wear masks coming to St. Albert, and we'd get people who are supportive of masking going to Edmonton. So how quickly could this be back in front of us if that concern returns? And I don't know that it will, but I'm just curious about the pace now that we've already had a bylaw. Can that be just copied and pasted to have that happen quickly again if it is needed?
I would think so.
I guess that'd be Marta.
Marta, maybe. Yeah.
We could have a fairly quick turnaround, I think.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
If I might add, when we thought about bringing this forward, we brought it forward that stage 3 could occur at an interval where there's not a council meeting, or theoretically it could occur, if there's some setbacks, it could occur after July 5th when council's on recess. So the intent was to set this up that it's not time specific and, in following the province, I guess, and having called special council meeting or what have you. So, I think fundamentally that I guess the question before council is to follow provincial directives or to continue to do differently from provincial directives. That's really what's before you tonight here.
And we can always call a special council meeting. We got used to it last summer. Councillor Hughes, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you. Why didn't we just rescind it? Because this is on suspension until the province basically suspends it, we lose it anyway. So the current one's being suspended, and then as soon as the provinces don't require it, then it evaporates. So why didn't we just say we're going to let the MOH decide what's going to happen, and then if there's a stage 3 or 4 or 3B or whatever, it's irrelevant because it'll be whenever Hinshaw says that it's okay to do that. So I'm wondering, wouldn't it just be simpler if we just rescinded it right now, and if we're going to follow provincial health guidelines, and go with that?
That's certainly an amendment that could be made. Again, we just went following the provincial guidelines that we follow suit immediately with whatever they recommend.
Right. I'm just suggesting to council that might be a simpler way, Jackie, because you were concerned about multiple stages. And if we're just going to simply allow the province to say when the masking is no longer required, that we're going to go along with it, then we could just rescind this and then let the province decide when the masking is no longer required, and then not even required. And then if you need to put another bylaw back in place, you can worry about that then. The other question I had is Edmonton intending to review their bylaw?
I don't know if anyone knows that.
I don't know.
Percy, in your conversations with directors around the region?
We do know that in the media today that the Edmonton Zone Medical Staff Association has asked the Edmonton to maintain their bylaw, as well as Calgary. So I would imagine because of that ask, they would be looking at that as well.
I'm suspecting they're going to get some pretty good pushback. You know, when you have 70% of people who agree to be vaccinated, and then at that point, the government still thinks that they should be superseding the directions of this provincial health officer, I think there'll be some pushback on that. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Okay. Anyway, if we're going to follow the provincial health orders, that would be my suggestion, because then you don't have to worry about multiple stages coming in the way and changing it up. That would be the simplest way to do it, because it's basically suspended anyway till then.
I think the result is the same.
It is, but then if complication
I'm just making a bunch of amendments today to achieve the exact same outcome is just going to slow us down, I would say. But
well, one of the alternate motions is we could rescind the bylaw. And if we rescinded the bylaw, we're leaving it in the province's decision of when the masks come back into play. That's all.
Yeah.
We don't rescind it and we do this, and we're just hoping that stage 3 does not change. That's it. Either way.
No more hands up that I can see. Where is it? So no more questions. Does anyone want to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Hold on. I'm just going to scroll up the page because I was back and forth.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, that bylaw 41/2021 be amended 3 to bylaw 32/2020 be read a first time.
Awesome. Any comments?
You know, I think that the province has made pretty clear about their hesitancies in general to take things and relax restrictions. And they have said that if there's 70% vaccination, that they feel comfortable with what's happening, regardless of variants. And they're also stepping up the second doses quite quickly as well. So I feel comfortable leaving things in the hands of decisions of the provincial health experts to make decisions about whether or not they should be masks.
All right. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I'm going to support this motion because I trust that Mayor Herron will call a special council meeting if we're really seeing those regional problems that we saw last summer. We've been told quite clearly that the health orders are political, not necessarily health related. Dr. Hinshaw has repeated that a lot of times. So I'm supportive of this because really at the end of the day, this is doing nothing right now. But should this become a problem for our businesses, I really encourage everyone to contact us so we know that it is a problem and can do something about it. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on this? All right. Anything to close, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I don't know why businesses would have a problem. And if the decisions are being made politically, they're being made politically about masks as well. So I'm just going to leave it in the province's hands right now. But I don't know why businesses would have a problem because the restrictions will be removed. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor? That is okay. That's unanimous. Second reading.
That bylaw 41/2021 be read a second time.
Thank you for that. Anything further? All right. Call for the vote. Second reading. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And someone want to do unanimous consent?
Yeah, I can do it.
Thanks, Ken.
Unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 41/2021.
Awesome. All those in favor? All right, we can go on to third reading. Councillor Hughes.
That bylaw 41/2021 be read a third time.
All right, anything further?
Just that the states that have opened up and taken off their mask restrictions have not seen a massive increase in cases afterwards. So I'm pretty confident that when the province says it'll be okay, that it will also be okay with the masks. That's it.
Anything else? Anyone? Okay, all those in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Okay, so we are item 10. There was no emergent items. Do you want to read your IR into the record, Natalie, the one you emailed in?
I do. I believe Councillor Hanson has one as well if she's got hers ready.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
I've got mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Are there any issues with allowing under 18 applicants from accessing the utility relief program? And just some background, I know at least 2 people who were not under the care of Children's Services who were living on their own, and I assume were low income.
Okay.
That's all.
Councillor Hanson, did you have an IR? I remember.
Can we get some information on the tax increases in other municipalities around the region for the past 10 years, what their RMR gaps are, and if and how these municipalities are tackling the RMR gap?
Thank you. All right, no presentations that were registered. Delegations. Yes. You have an announcement?
I had a motion.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Right, that motion CM-19-028 being motion for the opt-out flyer bylaw, and motion AR 21/238, which is what we did tonight, being a motion to extend the deadline for CM-1928 be rescinded.
Okay. All right. Get that on agenda committee. All right. We have 14.2, which is a Edmonton Metro Region board briefing in camera. So can I have a motion to go in camera? Councillor Watkins, thank you for that.
I'll move that we move in camera to discuss item 14.2.
Sure. Okay. And that's section 21 of VoIP. So all those in favor? All right. That's unanimous. All right. Am I doing the breakout rooms, people?
If you would like, you can.
I sure can.
Okay, I'm going to make you the host then, and you can take over.
Great, because I don't think anything in camera is going to require public motion, so you guys are good to go. So Kevin, I'm going to bring in council. Trevor. That's it.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay. As soon as I have that host there, nope, I will do that. I'll promise to remember you this time, Ken.
I didn't have a problem being in my own room with Trevor. We actually got a lot done.